But perhaps we'll just find a game that's about to start and just spectate that one. Let's see. Room number 9. It's Strong Donk's room. Let's just hop in there. Whoa. Okay, hold on. I need to refresh. Nope, I think we're good. Okay. Get the music going. There we go. All right, so in this lobby, we've got Tick Tick. We've got Mom Sub. Kasayev. Asayev. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hey UHC. Raya. Strong Donk. Mr. Jojo 43 and Hers or ARZ. We're still in the PvE round, so not much is going to go on just yet. Let's see if anyone has any evolutions. We'll keep an eye out for the light spot as well. Light spot is middle row on the right. Can I make the music tiny quieter? Man. Is this better? How's the mixing here? Maybe even the sound effects too. Hold on. Let's go with that. We've got an Eevee pick here, an instant Firestone Slam. We'll see how that goes for them. But yeah, fire isn't the worst right now. It can definitely work. And the Firestone certainly helps you being able to splash that fire synergy onto a lot of strong, I guess, Pokemon that have abilities that scale with attack damage. You can, put that Firestone onto a Horsey and turn it into a fire type. And then have its ability deal extra damage thanks to all the fire synergy bonuses, as well as the, what are those called? The fire shards, once those come into play. We've got 2 Flareons, actually. This looks to be a grass opener for Raya. Strong Dunk opting to go for water, but they've built some nice AD items on their backline Azurill. And then we've got a wild opener here. And a fighting opener for hers. So I'd like to keep my eye out on these Flareons for now. If you pick Eevee and instant slam a stone, you usually want to be win streaking from the get-go. And we also have a Muscle Band Slam. That makes me think they'd be more inclined to lean into field. Because it's not the best a scaling item, right? And you would think that fire wants long drawn-out fights to scale. But they actually... This fire synergy bonus actually is, in my opinion, more effective as like a backup option. And you really just want like a lot of burst to come out of your team initially. And in the case that a fight does get long and drawn out, then that's when your scaling attack can come into play and help you beat boards like ground and even like more defensive comps, grass, normal, etc. So we'll see if Asayev is able to win streak all the way with this very aggressive opener. They have gotten this with 0 rolls, and it looks like they're going to fall to poison. I'm going to open up the battle stats. Oh, it's going to be close. Okay, never mind. Flareon's able to clutch it out with 6 HP. And we've got a proper fire field over here, opting for a King's Rock. Anybody used up all of their item components? We've got some slammed items, but unequipped. I'm not sure what the angle is there. They could always throw these items on the Quilladin, and it's a pretty competent early game unit. They're keeping their bench full, though, so I'm not sure if this is the most efficient for their economy. But perhaps they're just keeping their options open and we'll see something cool. Normal wild, we've got a Lechonk in the game. Let's take a look at all the ad picks. Yeah, definitely a lot of field ads. We do see the Skrelp opens up the possibility of water dragons. And Smoochum, a baby ad, could potentially cause some baby 7 enjoyers. Alright, let's keep watching Kasayev, their win streaking team. They're at 40 gold with no rolls. A great spot to be in, especially if you're win streaking. And they've got evolutions in Charmeleon and Lairon. Lairon's definitely going to be temporary. They've also got the Florigato, likely also temporary. Having the Firestone sort of locks you into some kind of direction with the Firestone. So that's going to be tricky. But I'm sure they could make something work with this early game lead. Remember, the goal of the early rounds of the tournament is not necessarily to top 1. It's just to get top 4. And if you can get a high economy win streak like this, you're definitely in a good spot, even if you are unlikely to develop like the strongest team of the match. So both the players who picked Eevee and Firestone have 100 health. They were able to dodge each other up until this point. Let's see if they fight each other in the final matchup of the early game. Be interesting to see. I don't think the field 3 is going to make much of a difference. I think Kasayev is more likely to win just out of having that muscle band as well as more evolutions. But Tay UHC opting to go for level 5 and bringing up forward that light spot on their Cyndaquil. I think I would prefer moving these units back and letting the Flareon take that light spot. But Cyndaquil, honestly, not that bad. Another option would be to move Lampent forward onto it. We'll see how it pays off for them. And we'll see if they even match up against each other. They do. So let's see which player is going to be able to get a full win streak from start to finish. The Flareon not taking any hits just yet. A lot of Kasayev's team gets knocked out, but as soon as the Flareon starts taking hit, that muscle band starts to scale up. It's also a very tanky unit. The Lampent is able to burst it down with a cast on a burn, which is very lucky, but then the Florigato finishes the Lampent off with its ability. Very close fight. Still a pretty good position for Tay UHC to be. I would think that their late game is probably in a better spot than Kasayev. Just out of the items that they've built, but we don't know. Also got this Poison Bug opener, classic early game win streaking team, although it does struggle a bit against early aquatic teams now thanks to the Goomy redistribution. Mr. Jojo continuing to do wild. They're not going to go for too much of a roll down, it looks like, but they aren't exactly rich. I think it's the right play to not spend all of your money right away on Gyarados, even when you're playing wild. Especially because wild has been reworked to no longer need rolling on PvE rounds. But yeah, you can definitely be a little bit more conservative with your money when you're playing wild. Alright, I'm seeing a lot of aquatic symbols up here. Looks like Tick Tick is struggling to pick a portal. I think all of their options got stolen, unfortunately. I think they're opting for an ice team. See if they can get a T10 that they can either work an ice team with or pivot out of. You got Lapras, which is a great ice unique. That's probably the best one, honestly. So lucky for them. See what Kasayev is able to pick up. That's an Ice Cue. So it looks like they're opting for Field. I'm not a huge fan of Ice Cue in Field. I think it's a little weak. Its effect really benefits from Ice. But without that Ice synergy, it can be kind of tricky to make use of. And its ability, just single target. For a one range unit, not that impressive. It does have pretty good stats though. Fighting. Fighting is a team that is very strong against Field, at least in the mid game. So this will likely be Isaiah's first loss and a break in their win streak. It might be close. No, I don't think they stand a chance. Especially with that Kangaskhan stacked up. Take a look at some other teams here after this fight. Looks like Raya has opted for Seviper, who I think is a very strong unit. I don't think Poison is exactly the best synergy for a late game team, but Seviper is definitely something that can help carry you through the mid game, give you a big gold and health lead. You could even use it in Monster, pivot into like some kind of late game Monster comp. A great top 4 material. I'm a big fan of Seviper. Another field team here, but this one is using Soul Rock. Maybe they're going to transition more towards fire. They're also making use of a wide lens on their Flareon. I don't really see that often, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. It could definitely work, especially with all the scaling coming out of Soul Rock. If they build their team more tanky, could definitely be something cool here. I'm a huge fan of Soul Rock, especially with the new Sunstone that's been brought into the game. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to mix in Rock with their current team, but if they are able to get a bunch of Sunstones, those Sunstones are able to provide a lot of healing. I can open it up in the wiki just to show you what I mean. But yeah, this is a fight where the scaling property of fire is definitely going to come into play here. Hopefully, this team is able to build up enough AD to beat this tanky fighting team. Fighting team can't do too much damage back to the fire team. Right, we've got a Sableye Carousel here. Let's see if anyone picks up any gems. The Wild Gem is an interesting choice for that one Wild player, allowing them to hit Wild 9 without actually going to level 9. That'd be pretty nice. An Amorphous Gem can be very strong, of course. And we do have a Rock Gem pickup. I really like Rock as a side synergy. We've got a Monster Gem pickup from Hers. And a Rock Gem from, who is this? It's a Arawak. Huh, looks like another Soul Rock player. So yeah, this is the Sunstone that I was talking about. So every 2 seconds, your team heals for 5 HP, and this stacks. So if you have 2 Sunstones, like Momsub has right now, that's 10 HP every 2 seconds. That's almost as good as Grass 5, and if they are able to hit Rock 6, that's pretty much just Grass 5 for your whole team, even if they don't have Grass Synergy. Without the overheal, of course. But it looks like they're going for some kind of light Pupitar build. I really like Rock Light as a combo as well. There's a lot of nice Pokemon that can make benefit of the Rock Synergy, or sorry, of the Light spot. They get really high defenses thanks to Rock Synergy, and then if they have Monster, like Pupitar does, they can scale up on every kill that they pick up. So yeah, this is a very fun and exciting team we're seeing from Momsub. All right, let's see what Strong Donk is going for. They are currently in last place, but hopefully that means that they have a huge money lead thanks to a loss streak. And that does look like to be the case. 106 gold earned. That's pretty competitive with the top spots of the lobby. But it's actually Kasayev who had that huge early game win streak who has the most gold. But it does look like their team is starting to struggle a bit. Let's keep an eye on Strong Dunk, see what they're going for. Looks like just Aquatic. Not a bad choice. Aquatic might not be great against fighting in the mid game, but definitely in the late game, Aquatic is very good. Let's see if they're able to take down this Kangaskhan with its muscle band fully stacked. If they keep chaining freezes, looking pretty good. But being trapped in the corner is not great for Strong Dunk because they're not going to be able to focus it down. As soon as it moves and without any rune protect, it's constantly getting frozen, so ends up being a win for Strong Dunk. Very nice to see. Looks like they're already starting to stabilize pretty well. And yeah, like I said, that Seviper seems to be going very well for Raya. Very strong mid-game units. And Poison, of course, very strong in the early to mid-game. Keeping them very healthy and in a great spot, moving towards the late game. I guess we're still halfway through the mid-game. They have rolled 20 times, which is not terrible. Especially considering they're still 50 gold and top of the lobby, so it's definitely a good spot to be in. They also have a Ditto on the bench, so we'll see how they use that. Let's check out all the ad picks. Nothing too stand out for me. There are a lot of aquatic ads, though. Cubchoo and the Belly Bolt. That rock guy, I forget his name. They all have some pretty nice synergies to splash into team. Light synergy or earlier rock synergy. Ice and aquatic also have a lot of good overlap. You also see a Stunky, which is a very fun unit. Can definitely change the course of a lot of fights, especially in the mid game. I don't think anyone's really making use of it right now, because it's kind of hard to give up an entire spot on your team just for that Stunky poison. You do see a lot of aquatic synergy as well, which can be... oh, there we go. Right there. Perfect timing. Thank you, Raya, with that Stunky play. Cause a lot of poison with that big diagonal line of poison clouds. The aquatic synergy does wash it away, but too much damage has been done, and there's too much damage is coming from this team as a whole. A lot of poison, a lot of strong units. Unfortunately, going to be a round loss for Tick Tick. Zaev, I really hope they're able to stabilize their team, because struggling with field this early in the game is not good, especially after that really solid early game win streak. Hope they can turn things around. If they get some good items to combine with their magnets, I would not want to see a third muscle band. They are picking up a lot of magnets. Yeah, the lack of rune protect is just going to let this freeze team absolutely dominate them, but this Ice Cube is really starting to scale up. Laren gets another cast in right before it dies. Let's see if Ice Cube is able to win this round for them. I think it might be able to, unless it gets really unlucky with freezes. Yep, there it is. All right, let's keep an eye on this light 5 rock 4 team. One of my favorite kinds of teams in this patch. And yeah, they're making use of both aquatic ad picks, Belly Bolts, and this guy. Should really learn that guy's name. We'll read it once we get the opportunity to. But yeah, really cool that they're able to make use of this rock gem as well. There's also a lot of regionals that have rock and aquatic synergy. Let's see if they're in the region. They are not. But if they are able to get it after T20, you can pick up Ursula, which is also another alternate win condition for your team in fights, as well as the Shellos, which can splash in Amorphous synergy. I also wonder if they're going to keep this Pupitar and try to turn that into a Tyranitar, or if they're going to sell it and opt for a different carry. Perhaps a good T20 or the late game Rhyhorn. Be interesting to see. All right, Strong Dunk has been very solid in the mid game. Let's see if they're able to take down this Pupitar team. I don't know if they have enough damage to get through that Pupitar's Del Bell, which is keeping it at full health. Especially with the loss of their Frostlass, it's going to be very hard. That Poldu is starting to stack up really high. They're also getting a lot of monster stacks. So in case you didn't know monster synergy, when a monster Pokemon gets a kill, they regain health, and they also gain some attack and ability power. That's keeping the Pupitar, not only is it keeping it very healthy alongside its Shell Bell, that gives healing on damage dealt, but it's also giving it more strength in terms of stronger ability casts and stronger regular attacks. Eldan, welcome to the chat. This is my pleasure. Hope the tournament goes very smoothly. There's a lot of participants this time, which is very exciting. Now, Field Synergy, well, actually, this is the normal Wild team. But Field Synergy, we do see a lot of Field Synergy in this game. Monster is something that can actually very easily beat Field. Field likes to have their units knocked out one by one, but Monster excels when they're able to knock out units one by one. So it kind of counteracts the benefits of Field. And then the Field units usually don't do a lot of single target damage. They're more dashers or like a bunch of things attacking all at once. So these monster Pokemon with Rock Synergy and high defenses are able to scale up super fast and heal up any damage that they take, and just basically eat Field teams one by one. Now, it is still possible for Field to beat Monster, especially the later the game goes on. But with this setup, I don't suspect we're going to see that happen for this Mom Subs Pupitar, or whatever they end up going with this item set and light spot. You can also check out the healing tabs, and we can see a lot of healing coming in from these units, at least the ones that matter. I'm not sure if this is factoring the Sunstone. I actually don't think it is. But this is how much healing they're getting from like ability casts, or it must factor in the Sunstone. Yeah, I think it is actually. So yeah, you can see just like everything is saying healthy. It is just a PvE round, but just the fact that everything's getting that sustained healing is very nice to have. Alright, let's see what legendaries everyone picks up. This is going to be a pretty contested portal, I believe, since we do have a lot of field players and a wild player as well. Gets picked up immediately by Kasayev. Hopefully they can turn their field team around, which looks to be struggling a bit. Not the best items to pick up. It's quite unfortunate that they got double spoon, it looks like, from their Lugia and Ho-Oh. Probably the least useful component for field teams. So the fact that they got two of them, let's pour one out for Kasayev. But you never know, maybe they'll be able to turn things around. Double upgrade, really trying to scale up. I don't know if that's the right play, but perhaps. Maybe if they're able to get some more fire synergy up. But I don't see the burst that's necessary to take out strong units like this. Raya is still playing Poison, which is fine if your goal is just a top 4. They've picked up a Pecharunt as their legendary, which can be pretty nice. Against an aquatic team, not as much, but still got a lot of power, outright power from all their poison units. Not enough though. You can see aquatic is just lowering all of that poison damage. The possession lasts for like less than a second. Lapras is able to get out of that possession, and this aquatic team is easily able to take down that poison team. All right, Mr. Jojo unfortunately approaching the last of their HP. I think they can afford maybe one more round loss if they take it soon. Hopefully they'll be able to turn things around. They picked up Mewtwo as their legendary, which doesn't really match up with their team. Mewtwo can definitely do a lot of damage, but I just don't see any like useful synergies for Mewtwo. This is going to be a rough one. Let's see if they're able to hold on. All right, so we got Strong Dunk's aquatic team taking on this Mewtwo wild normal team. Good damage coming out from the Primeape here. But as soon as it gets taken down, there's nothing else is really dealing damage. That Mewtwo didn't really contribute too much. Mr. Jojo is on 1 HP. Their tournament life. So is Kurz. Got a Wobbuffet Carousel. That might be very nice for Mom Sub. If they do want an alternate carry that isn't their Pupitar without getting rid of their Pupitar, can really easily make an item transition. Looks like they still have opponents though. And they're also at Light 6. It looks like they're still trying to figure their team out. I'm not sure what they're trying to do there. If you're past stage 20, you really don't want to have any extra components like this. Because there's no more components to get, right? So definitely want to put those into items. Especially like Max Revive could be nice for stalling out for your Pupitar. Or whatever you have on your light spot as your carry. Or you can make a Smoke Ball, which is very useful. Less useful against all the aquatic teams. Or just the 2 aquatic teams. But with units that can jump into the back line like a Pupitar, Smoke Ball could be very useful. Here we go. Field versus Monster. Pupitar is failing to get some kills right away. But as soon as it does, Hayes' team is not able to take it down. So it was actually a decent fight in terms of how units were lining up. That Pupitar was kind of locked in on that Entei, who was relatively tanky and also had that Power Lens for retaliation damage. Before a monster unit is able to get any kills, it pretty much just doesn't have any synergies. Let's ignore the Dark and the Rock. Right? If a Pokemon just has monster synergy, even if you're maxed out at like Monster 8, you're not getting that much benefit, right? You get a flinch chance. That's honestly about it. Like Monster 8 has some like specified targeting. Other than that, you're pretty much playing with no synergies. As soon as you pick up a kill, however, like the Pupitar just did, it becomes a much stronger unit, a lot harder to take down. A lot of poison on it though is actually able to knock it down. Without any Rune Protect, other than the Light 4, Pupitar can definitely struggle. But then there's also just so much damage coming out from Raya's team taking it down there. Okay, so this guy's called Dreadnought. I actually don't know what its first stage. Let's quickly check the WikiWow in a PvE. One of the newer Pokemon. Yeah, here we go. Dreadnought and Choodle. Selecting to itemize this unit. Not sure. It's not bad considering there's not many tanks on this team. I guess it's probably the better tank compared to Combuskin and Bellybolt. But yeah, looks like we do have our top 4 of this lobby. Fortunately, Tay just got knocked out by Strong Dunk. Saev not able to turn things around. Hers fighting team running out of steam as well. Trying to mix in some monster synergy. I do like that play, but they don't have enough damage, it looks. And this wild normal team with Mewtwo unfortunately was not able to stabilize either. So these 4 players, Raya, Strong Dunk, Mom Sub, and Tick Tick, will be moving on. Let's see who's able to take the win for the lobby. This Ice team from Tick Tick doesn't appear to have enough aquatic synergy, nor do they have any Rune Protect. Poison team is able to easily melt through the ice. That's one thing Ice struggles with sometimes, is not having a lot of damage compared to this Poison team. And without any additional defenses like aquatic 4, 6, there's just not much they can do against Raya's highly offensive poison team. They've also got a Dustox, which is pretty crazy. A 3-star 4 cost is something you rarely see. And this Toxicroak is also a very underrated unit. This thing is extremely powerful. Great synergies as well, although they are only making use of the fighting synergy. Being able to splash Aquatic into your poison team and then get this huge AoE team-wide poison. Very strong unit. All right, let's see if Strong Dunk's Aquatic team is able to hold out against this poison team. There's just so much damage coming out from Raya's team. It's going to be close. Looks like they're starting to run out of steam as a bunch of weaker units get knocked out. Only the tough guys left. But yeah, that poison's just doing nothing to this high aquatic synergy team. Not enough damage coming out to take down these frontline carries. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Strong Dunk with Ice 6 for a lot of special defense, freezing, then Aquatic 8 for consistent healing and damage. Tick Tick gets knocked out at 4th. See if Mom Sub able to make something work with this team. They've got 3 Sunstones now, which awesome. Picked up a Sticky Barb. Likely want to put that on a rock unit. They could even use the recycle ticket to remove some of Pupitar's items and put that Sticky Barb onto it. Because, you know, Sticky Barb could pick up kills with its retaliation damage and then give the Pupitar, who has really high defenses thanks to Rock 6 synergy, even more stacks. See if the Pupitar is able to pick up enough kills before everything starts to target it down. It's getting full stack of poison. It's getting possessed. Things aren't looking great. But the rest of the team seem to have held on well enough. Probably a lot of healing in. Yeah, look at all that healing coming in from those 3 Sunstones. Probably helping a lot against that poison damage coming from Raya. Very nicely done. They put their Sticky Barb on Solrock, which is a 2-range unit. Might think that's not a great play, but honestly, Solrock with its rock synergy has so much defenses. I don't hate this play, not at all. But yeah, well done to Mom Sub for being able to withstand the poison with like pretty much no room protect outside of Light 4. Alright, just taking a sip of tea. Alright, we've got PvE round. Recycle ticket unused from Strong Dunk. Also unused from Mom Sub. And unused by Raya. Double Blue Orb is pretty interesting. Going down ability casts. I'm not seeing any like devastating abilities on either teams that Blue Orb would really want to target. Not bad though. I feel like Strong Dunk's team should be able to win this. It really depends on if Mom Sub's Pupitar is able to pick up stacks before it dies or not. So in addition to all the damage reduction coming in from Aquatic Synergy, there is also safety goggles on this Lugia. It's going to be really hard for Raya's team to take down. Yeah, just a lot of damage. Strong Dunk also utilizing the Toxicroak, and it looks like theirs actually outdamaged Raya's Toxicroak with no items and no poison synergy. Oh, that's Raya knocked out now. We've just got Strong Dunk versus Mom Sub, but Mom Sub loses to Strong Dunk's Ghost, so Strong Dunk takes this game. Very well done. Well played to everyone. Some cool decisions. Again, this monster pickup, I don't dislike it. Perhaps in a tournament, it's not the best play, but like if you're trying to win with fighting synergy, it can be really hard without any sort of scaling damage. I think that's what they're going for here. It just wasn't enough, especially without any items. Let's check out some stats. Like we got like 1 Ditto used from Strong Donk. Good money gain. Anyone with like an absurdly high number of Dittos? 3. That's like, I think on average you should be getting like 2 to 3 Dittos per game. So nothing too crazy here, but yeah, well played to everyone here. See, we've got more games going on. By stage. Room 31 is still only on stage 9, so maybe we can check that one out. Oh, wait, I also want to see what that announcement just said. Due to the remake, the next round of the tournament will be 20 to 30 minutes late. Thank you for your patience. Please don't start another game in the meantime. All right. Haven't seen this announcement? You've heard it here, folks. Okay, we can watch this game since it looks like there's a bit of a delay. We've got Pierce. I believe this is Tay, but I'll just say T-Y-E or Ty. Let's call him Ty. Ghost of FB 101. Okay, interesting names. Bobson, Obi, Grinder Golem, and Dot. Sorry if I mispronounce anyone's name. All right. We're just exiting the early game, this lobby. See what everyone is running. We've got like Ice Team also doing some digging, making use of an early Piloswine carry, which seemed to have went well for Pierce. Full win streak in the early game, and only 4 rolls. Swapping that Piloswine out for a Lapras with an immediate Piloswine to replace one that was just sold. I really like this. Lapras makes really good use of the same items that Piloswine would make. Got a Kecleon over here. Steel Artificial. Kecleon not the best Steel Artificial unit, but hey, a tanky synergy filler, never not useful. Got Dragons over here. Looks like they are dropping Water 3 temporarily, but they do have 4 Magikarps, which is a great spot to be in if you're trying to do a Dragon team. Druddigon, I'm not a huge fan of, but again, it's totally serviceable in the mid-game. Itemize it well, it can actually do very well in the mid-game. Looks like they're taking on Bobson's field team. And with that Boros locked in on a Charmeleon with a Rocky Helmet, damage just stops. Bobson's able to win, utilizing Seadra with a red orb. Got a grass team versus ice team from Pierce. Scaling damage is able to break through that grass healing. And not a lot of scaling damage on this grass team. But soon this grass team should be hitting their peak energy level 7. Ground team that's continuing to dig. They're also using a Durant with Explorer's Kit. Did they dig that Explorer's Kit up or have they get that from something else? It looks like they did dig up their treasure. Ground Synergy Special Treasure. 1 per game. It can be an artificial tool or item components. Gold. Looks like they got the Explorer's Kit, allowing them to splash Ground Synergy onto additional units. They've chosen to do that for a Durant. Durant is a very fun Pokemon, and it's actually quite strong. In the mid game, I would say it's quite strong. It can definitely do some cool things in the late game as well. But ground definitely suffers at this point in the game, and we might see Grinder Golem continue to lose a few rounds. Maybe they'll be able to stabilize and come up with one of those game-winning ground teams. Haven't itemized too much yet. Could build some like Soul Dews, and game is freezing. Might have to close and reopen Pokemon Auto Chest. Continues. But yeah, they could build some power lenses to reflect some of this damage coming in from high ability power teams. If the game continues to lag spike, I might refresh everything. Fierce holding on to a full win streak on only 4 rolls. They've got a full bench of units. They've got 50 gold. Getting some additional evolutions to keep their team's strength up. Very nice. Hay's artificial tools are Electrizer, which is very nice, and Shed Shell, which can be kind of tricky to use. But if you do get the right units for it, it can be very strong for sure. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to do much for them right now. It's pretty much just an artificial item bump, giving them some more stats. But it's not useful enough to overcome this really strong team from Pierce. Anyone that's really poor yet? No, everyone seems to be doing pretty well with their economy. Dot's team is just one unit away from fighting 6, which would be very beneficial for this Hawlucha, who can definitely be a very strong mid-game carry. I'm not sure about the Razor Fang as the final item, without any additional crit, but I do like the Muscle Band and Shell Bell. See if this Hawlucha is able to scale up and out damage and heal this really strong Lapras. Gonna need to avoid being frozen. Thankfully, the Aquatic 2 is helping out a lot. Should be able to clean up the rest of these units, but I think as soon as it starts fighting the Lapras... Wow, nice targeting by that Hawlucha. Lapras also scaled up, able to take down that Hawlucha. Alright. We are approaching PvE round, Mewtwo and Mew. Are hitting their level 7. Either this round or next round, because no one's really spending away their money to roll down. We'll see if Toby is able to turn their team around with Grass 7. Ooh, they do seem to be lacking defensive items. They have this really solid crit set. Really want some armor on your Maractus. Want some like... And seeing what they got as their rewards for Mewtwo is definitely unfortunate. They're also not harvesting their berries. Got Dragon team that doesn't have any ability power, but they are picking up a lot of Magikarps. If they do go the water route, they might struggle to find like a consistent burst damage dealer. But I don't dislike how they're playing the game so far. I do like the safety goggles on the Dredagon, allowing it to cast its ability without confusing itself. However, they are not strong enough to take down Pierce's team, which seems to be continuing its dominance. Only 7 rolls, a ton of evolutions, great items, great T10. This is the kind of game that you want when you're playing a tournament. And sit back, relax, and just rely on solid units, good items. Well done by Pierce. Alright, we've got Steel 6, Artificial 6. Next item obtained is EXP share, but not great items to really make use of that EXP share. I think EXP share can easily be like one of the best artificial tools ever. But in this situation, it's kind of unfortunate how they have itemized. Not necessarily bad, but typically not what you would want to do with an artificial. So yeah, so far it looks like this game is a battle for second place. Everyone is within like range of each other's HP. Meanwhile, Pierce is just dominating with this ice team. We've got a Makuhita ticket. Wonder if there's room to use that on a Magikarp. Like a really strong Gyarados. Or if that's too late. They are pretty close to that Gyarados. That could be a pretty easy ticket for Ghost of FB 101. Not sure if anyone else has like a solid ticket candidate. Pierce definitely has time to do so. A giant Toxicroak could be awesome. We saw Toxicroak's strength in that previous game that we just spectated. They're using it on their Citadel. I'm not sure I like that. Citadel doesn't really have the best defenses. Take a look at the ticket. We can see that it increases HP, attack, and ability power, but it doesn't increase defenses. And Citadel is a unit that has insane HP, but not great defenses. So anything that does like HP-based damage, it's just going to shred that Citadel even faster. Not faster, but, you know, at the same speed. Really want to put some defensive items on that Citadel. But maybe that's what Pierce is going to do. I mean, they're certainly not in a bad spot at all, so I don't think it's really going to make that much of a difference. But personally, I would have loved to see it on Croagunk instead of the Citadel. That being said, we don't even know if Croagunk's going to make it into the final team, right? Because they're leaning more into ice, it looks like. So perhaps they're right, and I'm just spewing nonsense. All right, Bobson running a field team. Classic field, no evolutions, but still in a pretty good spot. Although at this point, I'd hope that they're pretty close to level 8. Because they don't have too much HP left. And this loss seems to be pretty one-sided. That being said, Dot is almost knocked out. Unfortunate for them. Kobe looking to struggle with lack of defenses, extra healing. Still only getting offensive item components. Maybe Lugia and Ho can turn things around for them, but this is looking pretty dire. If I played a game and these were the components that I was forced to take, I'd be pretty upset, especially for a tournament game. All right, we've got one whole row dug for this. Previously, it was a ground team, but now is looking to some kind of egg and ground bug team. Very cool and interesting. Wonder how that's going to shape out. See the ad pics of this. Have that Tyrant, Dragon Fossil, Rock, but no other fossils. Yeah, I'm curious to see what Golem is going to do with this very cool team. think with the Explorer kit, you're really incentivized to lean more into ground, but it doesn't look like they were able to find too much with that ground start. And they've decided to lean more into a dragon angle. Nothing wrong with that, but a little worried with their HP at the current moment. Pierce actually lost a round to them. So that's the end of Pierce's win streak. They're just so far ahead, and they have so much extra gold. I'm certain Pierce is going to be able to land in the top 4 in this lobby. Getting Lugia as their legendary is very solid. Very strong tanky unit we saw in the previous game casted. Genesect is the exact pickup that Tai needed. Now able to make use of that Shed Shell and get 2 Genesects, although they are unitemized. They will be able to make use of Steel 6, but that's about it. It's just going to be like a, you know, slightly useful unit. Let's see if it's enough to take down this aquatic team, though. A lot of damage coming out from this Genesect. Great items, honestly. Yeah. A very dominant fight for Tai over here. Hopping back to Grinder Golem, their team with a Giratina, or Giratina, I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Let's say Giratina. Wins relatively comfortably versus Toby's Ghost. Toby, though, however, is able to beat Bobson's field team. Got some extra shielding with their Lugia components. Got an extra Miracle Seed. Fortunately, not able to evolve Shaman, although an unevolved Shaman is honestly not that bad at all. Sometimes it's even better than that evolved Shaman. Let's see, they are only at Flora 5 instead of Flora 6, but at this point, I don't think that matters too much. A huge cast from Giratina, but healing is starting to kick in. Let's see if it's enough to save Toby's team. Some good damage coming out from the Maractus, but the Shaman is taken down. There's just not enough damage left, I don't think. Maractus able to take down a few units right before it goes down. Gonna be close. Oh, it does look like I is actually able to defeat Pierce. Is Pierce actually gonna get knocked out by everyone? Ooh, a Dragon Scale could be very nice for Grinder Golem right here. There's also Shed Shell, Metal Coat. That could be useful for Tai. Oh, actually, I think Tai wants this Electorizer. Not able to grab it. They decide to go for... Wait, where's Tai? Tai is the Bonsly. Let's see what... I picked up a Thunderstone. Okay, that's like a slightly less good Electorizer, but better stats. Here's that Giant Satitan. We are at Ice 8 now. We've got an Ice Sobble, although no damage items. They're still relying on Lapras as their main carry, and Lugia also going to help a lot with some nice single target burst. But yeah, now Tai is looking like they're in a great spot, able to make that EXP share more useful using a red orb. And Metang, which has some pretty good natural stats, although not sure if, yeah, it's only getting like 18 defense out of that EXP share. But 44 attack, that's nothing to write home about. Huge amounts of burst damage coming from like a bunch of units on Tai's team, looking very solid at this point. They could even drop one of their artificial units and throw an electric unit. For example, this Poltegeist. I'm not sure how useful this Ghost 2 synergy is. Poltegeist does have a nice helpful ability, though I don't think it's going to be too much impact. Alright, so it looks like FB101 unfortunately knocked out. They did get a Gyarados, but I think their Gibble was the one that took that ticket. Uh, Kobe's grass team not able to stabilize with the lack of defenses. This field 8 team knocked out before they're able to hit level 9. Jump back into the players remaining. Pierce not doing great, but they did win their last round, knocking Ghost of FB101 out, and that's enough to keep them in the top 4. Again, that's all you're playing for, so even if you don't convert a good start into a win, it really doesn't matter. Dot's fighting team able to just sneak out a top 4 by 1 round. Well done. Utilizing a giant Duwat. A lot of muscle bands, which is a great item for fighting, but not enough to win the game. All right, we've got Dragon Galisopod. That's pretty exciting. This is a really cool team. I wonder if they're going to get to Bug 6. They are currently only at level 8, so one more level, and they can throw in another bug unit. Yeah, this is a very, very exciting team from Grinder Golem over here. Interesting that they're not using a Gibble. Now that Ghost of FB101 is knocked out, there's 0 contesting there. And with Gibble, they'd be able to get to ground 4, dig some more spots, as well as Monster 4. They could replace, for example, their Dragonair with that. Not really providing much, giving itself Flying 2, and it would still be at Aquatic 2 using that Sliggoo. Let's see if this Bug team is enough to defeat this Steel Artificial team, though. I think just with the amount of damage coming out of this Electric Synergy, Steel Synergy, I suspect no, but it is a pretty close fight. That Genesect is just too well protected behind too much damage and HP. Working together, that Steel Artificial team is able to very easily win that fight. Starting to pick up a lot of strong late game units. They've got a Thwacky. They've got Sound 4 going on for some scaling. I'm not sure how useful that scaling is going to be. Perhaps it can help them take down Grinder Golem. But I don't think it's fast enough for this Steel Artificial team from Tai. I still has 44 gold as well, so they can definitely get to level 9 and get that 5th electric unit in for electric 5 synergy, making that Genesect deal even more damage. And here we go. Grinder Golem, their ghost loses, unfortunately. They're fighting for their life against Pierce's Ice team, and looks like Pierce has really turned things around in their late game stabilization. And unfortunately, we won't be seeing Grinder's level 9. They're knocked out in 3rd. Well done. Really cool team by Grinder Golem here. All right. Let's see if Tai is able to win this over Pierce, or if Pierce is able to turn things back around and start winning again. I would be very interested to see what happens if I did not hit the Genesect. This is a unit that can be very good in cases like this, but it can also be a very useless unit in my opinion. But no, this is like the perfect setup for Genesect. So definitely making good use of it. I also like how they're continuing to position Revavroom behind their other frontline units so that Revavroom does pick up a tiny bit of extra speed just for a little bit of extra added damage. And some nice bursts coming from Pierce's Ice team, but again, Ice often just lacks damage compared to other offensive synergies like this. And once again, not really close. A win for Tai. All right, PvE round. I still has 75 gold. They're definitely going to be able to hit level 9 here. So I don't think Pierce can do much. I don't think there's any items that's going to change the fate of this fight. I think Ty's got this one wrapped in the bag. Do really like and enjoy the nice blizzard effects during that PvE fight. Very pretty looking weather. All right, there it is. Level 9 with the electric. They've even got a wonder box for additional artificial bumps. Still making use of that shed shell. And yeah, unless some like god chain freezes comes out of here, I don't think there's any chance that they can win this. Lugia failing to take down that Genesect. A pretty good fight, all things considered. But it's still just not enough. And there we go. Ty takes it. Commanding win for them. Really turned things around in the late game. That Genesect, Electric 5. All right, let's take a look. That should be the last round of, or last game of round 1 of the tournament. Take a look at the tournament standings. Things are failing to load right away. All right. Half of the players knocked out. Oh, Tort is in. Didn't even realize that. Look how many players are in this tournament. This is insane. Any notable players knocked out? I did hear that Bugsnax got knocked out in the first round. That's so unfortunate. Vector also knocked out in the first round. All right. Bratwurst, friend of the channel, knocked out as well. Yeah, some pretty big names already knocked out. Well, that's okay. Glad to see that round 2 is still working. I hope no one got, like, unluckily kicked out of the tournament. Don't see any, like, bugged... Oh, there are some players that got bugged out of the tournament. Not sure if anything can be done for these players. Yeah, that's unfortunate. All right, I'm going to take a quick washroom break, and we'll jump right back into round 2 once I'm back. All right. All right, let's see what's going on now. Got a bunch of new lobbies starting up. I kind of want to spectate sports games, so let's find what lobby they're in. Okay, looks like round 14. Doesn't look like their game has started just yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. Going to check this game out. We've got Benetto 06, Trapsy, Fort, Mono Leanderson, Mono, Hello Kitty Girl, Jack, Hana Kang, and Victory. Looks like Benetto is going for a Dragon Opener utilizing Vaporeon. We'll see if they elect to go to level 4 right away, or if they decide to just throw that Water Stone onto, for example, their Charmander. Throw Gumi in for Water 3. Do like this play though. I like fishing for Magikarps right away. Vaporeon, definitely a strong early game unit. Got Aquatic coming out of Trapsy's early game opener. And Fire Human from Tort. Breaks and evolved. Their early game TM is, or Human 2 TM is Disable, which in my opinion is pretty irrelevant. Can definitely come into play in some situations, but usually I think you just prefer to have Outrage, which breaks in does more than Disable. Got a Water 3 opener with Soldew. So definitely leaning more into AP. Also a Muscle Band Slam, so looking to do a early game win streak, it looks like, from Mono. Hello Kitty Girl also running Dragons, but they don't have Water 3 in just yet. They don't even have a Horsey. We've got Ground, Shellbell, and Soldew on a Piloswine early game carry. See if Jack is able to take that somewhere into the late game. And we've already got some Ditto, or not Dittos, Unknown Rollings. Like, we do have the Unknown D for Ditto. Early game Psychic Synergy and going for early game Unknowns. Not able to get any Unknowns that, really help utility-wise, but look at these Avras. I bet Tort is raging right now. And hear his voice. Why am I against this? But yeah, getting taken down by the 4 Avras the first round. Sorry, buddy. Victory also running Water. So yeah, a lot of similar game plans, it looks like. This is crazy to me. I hope Hana is able to do something really cool with this, but I can't imagine Tort is too pleased about that one. A very strong early Charmeleon. And Water 3 still not in play from Hello Kitty Girl. I would love to see a Water unit swapping with that either Bagon or Gumi, so that they can fish up some Magikarps right away. Veneno, on the other hand, looks like they elected to go to level 4, and they already fished up their first Magikarp. Also doing some crit items on Horsey. Don't love in this current meta, but can definitely be very strong, especially if nobody builds any Rocky Helmets or goes into Rock Synergy. Yeah, I'm definitely not opposed to this. I actually think Dragons with AD might be a little bit more consistent than AP. These aren't the items that I would normally build for the AD Dragon set. Again, this could totally work though, so we won't say that this is wrong. Hana Kang able to win their first 2 rounds with this Psychic team. Hopefully they can make back some of the money that they lost on rolling and picking up Unknowns. Able to take down Jack's ground team. Looks like they're not going to be staggering their digging, which is fine. Sometimes you want to prioritize digging your holes and getting your treasures as fast as possible. They are able to take down Bonetto thanks to that Soldew. And utilizing some almost fully dug holes as well. Ooh, picking up a nice little 3 gold bump there. Definitely going to be helpful. So yeah, they're at 28 gold currently, 41 total earned. Probably going to be the highest in the lobby, right? Yeah, even though they're not full win streak, they're still higher than Hana Kang. Or losing their second round, but turning things around against Mono. Ooh, all offensive items except for 1 ice. Not necessarily what you would want for playing human. Some bad targeting by their breaks in as well. And getting bursted down by a lot of Piloswine ability casts. Nice healing healing back up from that breaks in, but I think as soon as this Piloswine is able to cast on it, it's not going to look well for Tort. Not sure what they're going to do with these two black glasses. Perhaps they're going to utilize some kind of crit set. But honestly, with so little defenses, I wouldn't be opposed to just instant slamming a Wonder Box. Getting a Nickit into the game. And nope, it looks like Tort is electing to go for crit. Perhaps they're going to do a Dark Pivot. I know Tort has been doing a lot of experimenting with Dark 5 and flexing some other synergies to help that Dark 5 and like strong Dark units. So perhaps that's what they're going for this game. Now it looks like no one is able to full win streak all the way to mid game. Hello Kitty Girl currently in first place. But not necessarily with the strongest team, just that they lost their round earliest compared to everyone else. But yeah, this Charmeleon is definitely looking really strong. They've even got 2 extra Charmanders benched, so they could elect to replace that Charmeleon with a better T10 carry, and then immediately replace it with one of their bench Charmanders, and hopefully turn that into a Charmeleon as well. Or they could even go for Charizard, which in my opinion is not that useful in the late game. But again, this is just for top 4, right? So if you want to go for a Charizard and use that to dominate through the mid game alongside your early game lead, that's totally an option that you could do. It is, however, contested from Lunetto06 over here, who has 3 Magikarps compared to 0, as Hello Kitty Girl was unable to get any Water 3 fishing going on. Some pretty good digging from Jack over here. These Geodudes should make short work of Gyarados no problem, alongside that Soldoom Mamazwine, or Piloswine. Alright, let's see what everyone picks up for their T10s. Tort did not throw in 3 Dark units to force Dark Portal, so with only 1 Dark Portal, it did get taken away. Tort might be sticking with fighting human for now, which is a totally consistent... it's a solid synergy for hitting top 4. Yeah, not bad items. Going for Kecleon, keeping their versatility up. And yeah, Kecleon can actually make really good use of some of these human TMs, although they aren't human anymore. Yeah, a lot of the TMs, sometimes they can feel like there's just nothing useful to put them on. I don't know, if you get like a psychic human Kecleon or a fighting human Kecleon, some of those TMs can actually do some pretty good work. We've got Drampa coming out from Hello Kitty Girl. And a Soldu, definitely a useful item for Drampa. Let's see if they do anything else with their items. Like I said, they sold that early game Charmeleon and replaced it with a new one. And now they're slotting their items on other units that might make more use for them moving towards the late game. Not good targeting for this Drampa right here. It's going to cast on a solo Pupitar, which is what you don't want to see Drampa doing. You really want Drampa to cast on multiple units. But it might be okay, because the rest of Hello Kitty Girl's team is tanky enough. Ooh, not able to take down that Piloswine though, and yeah, it was a close fight. But because of that Pupitar eating so much of that Drampa's time, ends up being a win for Jack. Let's see what Mono's doing over here. They've got a Hisuian Quillfish. I think they're electing to go Poison, but these aren't the items that you really want for Poison. They also have a Dusk Zone, so maybe they're going to transition into some kind of Dark team. I think that's would be the right angle, but even then, Soldu is not that great in Dark either. So we'll see what they're able to do. Maybe there's some kind of Amorphous or Aquatic angle. Yeah, there are a lot of Amorphous picks. That overlaps pretty well with Aquatic and Poison. So yeah, we'll see what Mono's able to do with these items. Tort getting a Hitmonchan. And they've thrown Charge onto Breaksin, which is okay, especially with this tanky front line. But it might be too slow for some of these teams. Actually looks like it's fine for this Victory's Dragon team. Breaksin getting a ton of damage out of that charge, and just these items in general. You know, triple damage from this Razor Fang, critical hits, and then also a lot of extra AD from the red orb. And then we've got burns on top of that, and then every time they cast charge, it's just going to make that even stronger. So I think I was looking at the wrong wrong player when I was talking about Tort's team earlier. Tort is still fighting human, very much playing a standard fighting human team. But we got Trapsy also going for a fighting team. They're the one that's using Kecleon, not Tort. I wonder if they're actually going to go for some kind of fighting flying angle. I mean, Torchic is fighting flying. Ladybot is fighting flying. You can definitely get some dragons that will increase both fighting and flying. Like that Akamoo or whatever it's called, Jangmo-O. Then we've got Dratini. Ooh, we've got an Applin here. Sweet apples have been obtained, so in one more round, that will turn into a Hydrapple most likely, especially with those items. We've got a frontline Drampa from Hello Kitty Girl. Is that an intentional just to stack up that muscle band and get some more useful ability casts? It looks like it worked out for them that round. Absolutely decimating Bonetto's team. Look at that damage dealt by that Drampa in a very short fight too. But yeah, things look to be going well for Jack. They've dug up an Ice Gem, which already works immediately with that Piloswine. They've got Field 3 thanks to Kecleon, and looks like they did roll pretty aggressively for Mamoswine, recognizing that they don't have a solid mid-game carry. Like, Kecleon's not really going to do that for a ground team. That does slow down their digging and their push for level 8 and getting that ride on, but I'm not opposed to this at all. A lot of rolls coming in from Hello Kitty Girl as well. I'm not sure if I like this. I think you just want to get to level 7, especially if you're not fishing for Magikarps or anything. Fully evolving these dragons, I'm not sure if it's going to make too much of a difference. Tort, however, has gotten a Delphox. Not sure what their human 6 TM is, but oh, it was Protect. Protect is okay on Hitmonchan. I would say it's definitely an upgrade compared to the Mega Punch ability that Hitmonchan usually has. They're electing to go for a very tanky team and having their Delphox charge up and then also deal a lot of damage with auto attack just from crits and high AD alone. I like this. I think it's a very likely to top 4 comp here, especially with Metatite added. That's another fighting human. There's still that Timber that they can add to their team to make it even stronger. And they can even also get more fire with like Magby they have on the bench. Torchic, which has fighting and fire synergy. Some okay item components coming in for Tort here. Sonokang's Psychic team is unfortunately starting to falter. They don't have a lot of units. Looks like they use an Unknown O to try to bolster up their team for the upcoming fight. Not as important in the mid game, but you know, every round helps, especially in a tournament. Utilizing Unknown Eyes for extra item components. The thing is, I'm just not seeing a lot of damage coming out of this team. They're going to really need to find a carry soon, or they'll continue to lose HP and possibly bleed out in the late. Nice little Flame Orb safety goggle set for this Kecleon. Not the best holder for it, since Kecleon's really slow and doesn't attack very well. And its ability doesn't really, it doesn't complement high attack damage at all. But maybe they're going to sell it. This Hydrapple, however, from Bonetto, dealing a lot of damage, but I don't think it's enough to take down this Mamoswine, who's able to heal back up a lot of that damage taken from Hydrapple. Hydrapple is very strong with a very strong ability, of course, but it struggles to burst down units that heal or units that have, for example, Fossil Synergy that, have that second life. Just overall not the greatest thing against these tanky healing units. Yeah, things are definitely looking great for Jack. Definitely, I'm not sure if that's... Never mind. Don't worry about it. Yeah, looking solid from Tort. They actually have Human 7. Again, frontline Drampa. Drampa does have a pretty good HP stat, but I don't really like this in most fights. Especially against this, they're hitting a Sticky Barb. Which is not great, but still a devastating cast from that Drampa. Maybe Hello Kitty Girl knows something that I don't. Because that actually ended up working very well for them. Mono, unfortunately, they do have the Poison 7, which is a lot of damage, but not a lot of attack speed or defensive items. Really starting to hinder their ability to do well with Poison, even in the mid-game. Now Tort is pretty comfortably in first place. I think they've gotten a full win streak so far in the mid-game. They're at 50 gold. So really well done by Tort, turning things around after a bit of a shaky early game. Really utilizing their TMs quite well. Even able to beat out Jack in the mid-game. Hello Kitty Girl hitting a Salamence. Definitely a strong unit, but nothing to really... it's not going to bring home a victory, It's a very nice to have. But to spend 41 rolls for it and only be at level 6 as you're approaching the late game, we'll see how that turns out. We've got normal 3, which is pretty nice. Usually you aren't able to use normal synergy when you're playing with a normal dragon T10, Cyclizar or Drampa. But if you have an extra flex spot, certainly a good play to do. There is a Kingdra, however, from Victory. And I don't know if Hello Kitty Girl intends on also rolling for Kingdra. I would think that's definitely a misplay considering how contested it is. We've got Bonetto also running Kingdra, I believe, or Horsey. I think if I was Hello Kitty Girl, I would just push for level 7 and try to take some of these late game dragons before the other dragon players do. I don't think there's much to be gained from evolving these units that won't be too relevant in the late game, especially when you have your Drampa as your carry. Alright, Tort losing around to Bonetto's Hydrapple. Unfortunately, human healing is not enough to recover from Hydrapple's devastating casts. Protect also doesn't last too long without Psychic Synergy. And they do have a Torchic on the bench, which could replace a human unit. I'm not sure which one they would want to swap out. Likely just going to be Magby for now. Just to get Fighting 6 activated. I don't think any other unit can go, contributing to a useful of synergy. Jack is working towards their fully dug board. I think they could achieve it. Actually, no. I think they're on pace pretty well. We'll have two full rows dug in, I think, 3 rounds. See if they're able to get a nice legendary. Hana King found a carry yet. Doesn't look like it. I mean, Golduck, I suppose, could be kind of an awkward carry. It can definitely steamroll entire fights alone. But it's not, you know, that consistent damage that Psychic really likes to see. Nice that Mono was able to win their last 2 rounds of the mid game, utilizing Poison 7's very high damage, take down some of the squishier looking teams. Or not necessarily squishier, but just teams that aren't able to match up to this poison damage. And I think around now is... We'll see if Jack got a good legendary. Around now is when a ground team really needs to make or break it. Not seeing any legendaries chosen from Jack, though. Makes me think that they might have missed their portal. Tort getting a Cobalion, Cobalion, something like that. I like this unit. It doesn't necessarily overlap the best with their team, but the true damage, like guaranteed true damage, is very nice. However, one of Fighting's struggles is scaling damage, AoE. So they really need to be tanky enough to survive for this Delphox to scale up. That doesn't look to be the case against this Dragon team. Too many fully evolved units, 3-star units. Already has an Arctibax. Fortunate loss for Tort, but I think they're still in an okay spot here. Around now is when Human and Fighting starts to fall off. But I still don't think they're in too bad of a spot. We've got a Roaring Moon from Bonetto. Good items for Roaring Moon. We've got pretty much 2 carries here, and then their front line, not the tankiest, but Gyarados is definitely nice. And they're also even utilizing a Kabuto for Water 6 and Fossil 2. Fossil 2 is not super impactful, but you never know when that extra burst of HP or shields going to come into play. And it looks like Bonetto's team is definitely stronger than Hello Kitty Girls. Things are starting to look not too great for Hello Kitty Girl. Mono also on their last life. Oh, actually, they just got knocked out. Very unfortunate. By Traps' Fighting Human team, so kind of similar to Tort. I wonder what their TMs are. Let's take a look once we get a chance to. Like a lot of offensive items. One of the only ones, King's Rock, defensive items, goes to Tort. I think is pretty good, as they just want to bolster their front line as much as they can for their Delphox to scale up. Okay, we've got Virizion here, which is kind of like a counterpart to Cobalion. Not seeing the human. Got Disable on Metacham, 8A on Machoke. 8A is definitely good, but I think at this point in the game it's not very useful. It's probably better than Guillotine still, but both of these seem pretty low impact to me. Yeah, like this fighting team, as tanky as fighting units are, They're struggling quite hard against these dragons. They're just not dealing any damage. Well, actually, they're doing okay damage. But considering how squishy some of these dragons are, not a lot coming out from this this fighting team. And as soon as the Hydrapple and Roaring Moon casts, not looking good for that fighting team. Keep an eye on Tort. Their Hitmonchan is able to hold out just long enough and take Hello Kitty Girl onto her last life. So yeah, the one thing about Roaring Moon, like these items are pretty much what you want against fighting teams. Had they elected to build AP on this Roaring Moon, it would have done like very little damage to these fighting teams. Hanakang still doesn't have like a very good carry, but they do have a lot of good items in terms of 4 Soul Dews, solid front line. I don't know if it's enough. Like, there's just too much burst, and they lack the burst to match Hydrapple and Roaring Moon, right? Things aren't looking good for Hanakang either, unfortunately. Fort able to take down this ground player, Jack, knocked out of the game. Hello Kitty Girl also knocked out. Very nice to have the red orb for true damage, as well as Cobalian's ability for true damage. And unfortunately, Jack was just not able to turn things around with this Zygarde, especially with this pretty much useless wide lens. Like, I guess you could even do the one range version with the wide lens. But Zygarde, honestly, just quite a disappointing T20 for ground sometimes. Especially when you can't like get some kind of cool dragon synergy bonus going. Pretty close to Ice Sticks. Not able to really stabilize after a shaky end to their mid game. Let's keep an eye on Trapsy. Got 3 Dittos on the bench. Let's see if they're able to turn that into something cool and outlast Hanakang. Hanakang? I don't know how to pronounce everyone's name. Got Disable Medicham, which honestly is fine. I don't think Medicham's ability is all that useful, especially when, you know, so many teams are so bursty in this game. So Disable's probably a better option against Burst, but I don't think the impact of Disable is enough. Alright, Hanakang versus Trapsy. I think one of these 2 players is very likely to get knocked out. Don't know if Trapsy has the burst to take down this Golduck. So Golduck might actually end up being a big carry here, especially with all the healing that they're receiving from Cresselia. If it's scaled up all the way, their ability power is super high right now. And yeah, Bruxish also able to eat away at defenses. A very solid and comfortable win for Hanakang there. And that's our top 4 for this round in this lobby. See if Benetto is able to win this. This very solid looking team. Getting Dark 5 and Water 6. That's very cool. And yeah, 2 very solid late game carries. Roaring Moon being supported by a very nice AD set as well as Dark Synergy. And then Hydrapple supported by a very nice AP set and a Water Sun Water Synergy. A very solid Dragon team. Very well done by Benetto. And yeah, I don't think Hanakang stands a chance here, but they've wiggled their way into top 4. Very well done by Hana here. Or unable to take down Poffin Master Victories. Yeah, this is where human fighting just really struggles in the late game, especially against these like very well scaled late game teams and Dragon, and I mean they're both Dragon. But Charge is not going to win you the game, unfortunately. additional scaling from Medicham and their Meditate ability. We've got a Machamp. Fully evolved, but not going to be too high impact. Let's see if Tord is able to win one more fight. Change music in jukebox, please. Absolutely, Curry. I'm just so dialed in on the game, I don't even notice the music sometimes. But yeah, like, Fennekin was not able to cast Charge a single time before being bursted down by this really nice Dragon team with Water 6 and Dark 5. And just no damage coming in from Tort, not able to match up. Very respectable third place, though. I think they played that very well, what they were given. And it's a battle between the two dragons. So far, it looks like Victory's team has been beating Benetto's team. I think just out of having a stronger front line. This evolved Arctibax is definitely a nice inclusion, giving some special defense to the entire team, as well as just being a very solid unit. Akamoo, also solid front line. And some, very nice defensive items on this Gyarados. Dracovish. Fossil Synergy, also, safe from a few instances of burst. Probably going to pick up another Rocky Helmet, considering that one of the carries is this Roaring Moon here. I do like how Benetto's utilizing Gourmet Synergy during the PV round to give some extra PP to both these units, allowing them to cast instantly. Now I've got Dark 7 and Water 6. That is really, really cool. However, 2 Rocky Helmets. That's exactly what Victory needs for the victory. I think both these teams also still have some room to grow, which is pretty exciting. Some actually very good targeting on Benetto's side here. Probably very thankful to have that Gourmet Synergy T. That actually wins them a round. Very well done. Ooh, dig up an extra gold pickup right there. And one thing that I'd like to see Benetto do is actually move this Vibrava one space over. The clone will spawn on the dig spot. And this Vibrava will keep digging a new trench. And you don't miss out any stats, you just dig extra holes. So we'll see if Benetto does that. It's not that big of an impact, so they're probably focused on other things. Let's see if they're able to win again without that extra T from that Gourmet PvE round. A bad cast from the Reshiram. Not looking great, but that front line is just so solid. We've got Kingdra pumping out consistent damage. Easily knocks out Benetto's Dragon team. Could they make use of a Milotic? Not sure how impactful that's going to be, honestly. Might be more useful than Vibrava. But you're sacrificing one of your only frontline units for a unit that's only slightly tankier. They instead elect to go for a Hydreigon. Which, without items, I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be. Vibrava being moved away from any of the holes. So they're continuing to dig, but unfortunately that clone's not going to spawn on one of those holes. But I honestly don't think it would have made too much of a difference. Too much tankiness coming from Victory's Dragon team. Hydrapple failing to take down that Reshiram, and also that Kingdra. A bit closer of a fight this time, but still not enough. Benetto's on 1 life left. If they get one lucky fight, perhaps they can win. Maybe they go for Gourmet Synergy once again. It looks like that's what they're going for. Don't think you need these Feebasses. I think you should probably just sell them. And yes, there's some more Gourmet. You're getting a Chef Hat. What Gourmet unit are they going to do? Are they going to do Ruby? No, they're going for the Rock Salt. Interesting. Trying to keep their units a little bit tankier. And allow these backline carries to cast more. see if it's enough. Ability Shield is also not a bad pickup. Green Orb also pretty good. There's some, honestly, all of those items have a place. I think the Ability Shield is probably the most impactful just for the shields and that alone. We'll see. Like this Gyarados would be getting a lot of extra shielding from that Ability Shield. Here it is. And moving that Vibrava to a nice spot for the trenches. But look at this front line. It's just so tanky. The Reshiram got an Aqua Egg, allowing it to cast even more. I don't know if this is going to be enough. Looking okay. But no, as soon as that front line's gone, the Hydreival gets one shot by Kingdra with that really offensive high AD, high AP item set. It was a closer battle, but yeah, those Rocky Helmets just completely shutting down any crit coming out of this Roaring Moon. And Victory steals their round 2 victory. Well done to everyone in this lobby. I think Hana King especially was in a pretty poor spot going into the late game, but being able to outlast everyone else was very impressive. So that was like low-key one of the biggest wins of this game. But yeah, still very well done by both Bonetto, Tort, and Victory. Very solid teams going. All right. Pretty much ready to go into round 3. All of these games are looking to end shortly. Let's just join this one. I bet we'll be moving into round 3 as soon as this game ends. Actually, this one might end, but okay, this one's ending right now. Okay, let's check out another lobby real quick. Oops, that's ranked. Check out this one. Oh no, we were literally just here. Bear with me, guys. Let's try this one. Here we go. New lobby. We've got 3 players left. 2 of them are still decently healthy. We've got another fighting human team. Got Field 9 in first place. Electric Light Rock in third. Rock, I don't think makes too much use out of the Electric Stone. It's definitely not bad to have, but I would say it's definitely one of the weaker stones compared to other ones that you get with Rock Synergy. But still, definitely a nice to have. Let's see, we've got another Electric Light team knocked out in last. A fighting team knocked out second last. A fully dug ground team, and unfortunately unable to find that ride-on for that late game carry. EXP share definitely very nice, but looks like it wasn't enough. Check out what's going on here. Spell Crit Zapdos, I do like it, but I don't like these items. Usually when I play Spell Crit Zapdos, I like actually just prefer just crit items and the lucky dice. Not enough for Jobito to beat Monty's Field 9 team, as both of them won. Wait 1 second. Monty actually lost to it's Helena's team. Fighting has a pretty good matchup against Field, actually, especially when Field doesn't have like fire synergy stacked up. Electric, I would say, is definitely in the mid game. I would say it's much stronger than fire, but in the late game, it can definitely struggle against some of these tanky teams like Fighting. But I do like how they're utilizing Wild 4 with Zigzagoon and the Meowscarada, not Meowscarada, Esper. Electric Stone is pretty nice here, bumping up to Electric 5, but again, Fighting units are not taking a lot of damage from auto attacks. So I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be. Still a pretty solid pickup though. Yeah, we might see an actual rare fighting win here. Having a perfect matchup against the winning player who doesn't have enough scaling. Getting a Luxray though, that could be a game changer. This is a lot of damage, 112 attack stat. So remember how I was saying fighting doesn't take a lot of damage from auto attacks? Well, that's definitely not the case if you're doing 112 damage per auto attack. 130 per cast? Yeah. Never mind what I said about seeing a fighting victory. There's no chance this fighting team is beating this thing. Honestly, if I was Monty, I would just throw this guy into the light spot right now. I don't think... I think they could just put their entire team in the front line and it'd still be fine. Not like... hey, it's Helena's team is surviving any dashes anymore. It's really just this Luxray's auto attacks that are just going to win them the game. All right. That's on the tankiest unit, but as soon as it gets thrown away, it's just one-shotting everything else. Things might have looked a little different had that Luxray been stuck auto-attacking that Arceus, but not the case. We've even got Electric Whirlipede, Electric Camerupt. Everything is just so strong on Monty's team. But yeah, that Luxray. Look at that damage dealt by Luxray against a Fighting 8 team. That is crazy. Well done to Monty. All right, we're going to take a quick break once again. As we wait for the next round. All right, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's hop into lobby number 1. All right, game is just starting out. We've got Harry Kane, Beat Rice, or Beatrice, Peanut Head, King, hey, it's Helena, Stellar? Let's go with Stellar. That's what you think. I think that's Agent Avocado, but I'm not sure. And we've got Tort once again. Sorry, 1 second. All right. Sorry if the music was cutting in and out there. I'm going to change the music real quick. I don't think we should be in Treasure Town. Maybe I need to refresh my game. There we go. Not a huge fan of this song either. All right, any early evolutions so far? Let's see here. None from Harry Kane. Light Spot is in the side, middle. We got a Poison Opener from Hey It's Helena. I really like the Spinarak and Weedle combo. Allows you to get Poison 3, Bug 2 without going to level 4, which is very nice. The Water Opener from Stellar. That's what you think, going for a Ground Digging Opener. And some fighting. Ooh, we got a Chansey carousel. Let's see if... I think now it's usually a pretty safe bet to take the egg. Sacrifice a bit of your early game. But even if you don't end up using your hatch Pokemon, which gets fully evolved by around round 20, you can still sell it off for a full 5 gold, making it only a 2 gold loss plus any income that you would have gotten from that early game bump of 7 gold. Fort is able to pick up Tepig, which honestly is not very good right now, I don't think. Got no egg from Harry Kane. Beatrice got a Poplio, and they're going for further eggs. Poplio is definitely very strong with normal sound comps. They're gonna lose streak their first, or start a baby loss streak. No eggs over here. Here's one. We got Score Bunny. So this might be a field game. Score Bunny works both as an AD and AP unit, so very flexible for Stellar over here. You could even do like Water Score Bunny, Water AP Score Bunny. Another Poplio. Towards Tepig. I think that's it. Harry Kane so far is doing a grass win streak and utilizing Golbat, which is a very solid early game unit. That's contesting Hey It's Helena early game. There we go. That's a better song. Yeah, Tort might be leaning more into fighting here. Again, this is only a top 4. So as we saw, like, fighting has a lot of weaknesses previous to games that we spectated in the last round, but it's still pretty consistent for hitting top 4. So utilizing a fully evolved Emboar, not a bad angle to take to get a top 4. Got a lot of digging coming out from That's What You Think. But they're starting to switch up into a water team. It looks like Peanut Head is looking for a magnet to combo their punching glove with a lucky dice on a solid fire team. Is anyone doing a lot of rolls? Stellar. I'm not sure what they've rolled all their money away for. They did evolve a Nidorino, which is fine in the early game, but doesn't really translate to much at any point in the game. I guess you could run it as like a tempo unit in field. And perhaps that's what they're going for with this Score Bunny. 2 waters in field is not ideal, but you can still do some pretty cool things with it. For example, Soul Dew and Stardust, or you can make a bunch of shiny charms. Just picking up their 3rd egg. They've got 2 dark units here, as well as that Poplio. Options here. Wonder what they're going to do with this Fossil Stone, however. Works pretty well in normal, allowing you to use a bunch of Hatchmons in your normal team and still get pretty high levels of normal synergy using the Friend Bow item when you combine a Scarf with the Fossil Stone. Perhaps that's what they intend to do. And then a bunch of normal units like this Igglybuff will evolve with Sound Synergy. You've got Whismur with Sound Synergy. This guy has Sound Synergy. One of the legendaries, Meloetta, has Sound Synergy. So normal sound is a very popular and relatively consistent transition off of babies, especially when you get a Poplio this early. Alright, so far Peanut Head has been undefeated in the early game, and they've also rolled it 0 times. A great spot to be in. Fort with their fighting teams, no items. Somehow still on a pretty nice win streak. Losing their very first round against Harry Kane, but consistently winning after that. We've got a grass team over here with Green Orb. Seems to be doing pretty solid, though they did lose their last round to this fire team from Peanut Head. That's What You Think is now going for... I believe they're going to go for that Rock Tyranitar team with the Shell Bell already built. Or perhaps there's a fossil angle here. Take a look at our ad picks. So yeah, it looks like there's actually 5 fossil ads, including the Voltorb, which can have a fossil variant in a fossil region. So yeah, fossil is definitely on the table here. There's also a lot of aquatic and water ads. That Skrulp enables a lot of water dragon teams. Got sound from that Noibat. And another very notable ad pick is Capsakid, who can give Hurry to a very solid unit, for example, Larvitar, and have it get a bunch of stacks immediately. Wouldn't be surprised if that's what you think ends up going for. Got Flora 4 here. Only 1 mulch has been obtained so far, but Gyarados might be able to change that. See if Gyarados gets a nice cast right here before it dies. Fortunately not. That Bulbasaur survives with 2 HP, which is actually what you don't want, because they were only 1 mulch away from evolving another Flora Flower Pot unit. Alright, T10. Let's see what everyone's able to pick up. Like, That's What You Think was able to get into a fossil portal, and they definitely seem to be angling a fossil team with so many fossil ad picks. Oh, this is a great... Stellar starting to pivot into field using that Score Bunny. Ooh, I'm not sure if I like Green Orb as an item for field. I think it's just a little too slow, and they already have enough healing from, units dying and doing that team-wide healing, but it's not the worst, especially in the mid-game. It is a lot of magnets. Hopefully they can get some charcoals and yeah, I think Punching Glove is probably what you want with all of these items. X-Ray Vision is not bad, but again, without any additional AD, it's not going to be doing much, right? That's only 5 damage per attack, and even if you're attacking a lot, that's still only going to, against a tank unit, it's only going to do like 2 damage. You've got an amorphous artificial pivot coming in from Peanut Head, utilizing Cast Form, and this Lampent for, Lampent and Charmeleon, turning it into a Sunny Cast Form. That might end up helping out That's What You Think a lot, because they are running Rock Synergy. That Rock Synergy is going to turn into Heat Rocks, which can help your team a lot. If you get 3 Heat Rocks, that's 9 AD for your team. 9 AD for your entire team, actually. So, what is that? At level 9, that's 36 extra AD. Fort getting a Hawlucha with a very solid build. I prefer to see some attack speed, but this is going to allow it to do so much damage, and with Human, it's still able to heal up quite a lot. Safety Goggles prevents it from being, silenced, frozen, all those nasty status effects that can really shut down a carry Hawlucha in the mid game. We've also got Tebig here, solid frontline unit, nothing too stand out, but a lot of bulk, a lot of stats. And they've got Return. I would actually slam that Return onto Machop right away. It's going to be dealing around the same damage with its Guillotine compared to Return. But Return is just going to allow it to scale up. And you never know. Maybe it gets like 20 to 30 AP in the late game from Return, which permanently increases ability power on each cast. And then if you get like a TM like Protect, that could be an extra second of that Protect cast. All right, we've got Lunatone coming out from That's What You Think. So that actually is going to override a lot of the Weatherstones that they're going to pick up from Peanut Head's Fire team, Fire cast form. And they will instead be earning these Black Augurites, which increase crit chance and reduce crit damage. Still a solid rock, but I think the 9 AD, team-wide AD, would probably be more helpful. But you never know. They have yet to pick up any Larvitars, so they could go for like a Dark angle and just run Dark 3 with an extra 15% crit chance from all these Black Augurites. It is definitely going to be nice. You don't have to necessarily build crit items on your Larvitar. There's a Sticky Barb and a Shell Bell. I've mentioned before that Sticky Barb works really well with Monster Synergy and Rock Synergy, as Larvitar is going to get an immense boost to their defenses, and that Sticky Barb is going to retaliate a lot of that damage back onto its attackers. Larvitar really likes to jump into the middle of enemy teams and get itself surrounded, and when it's this tanky, it usually doesn't mind, especially against a field team like this. Let's see here. Now look at that Score Bunny taking 15 damage per attack. Every time it gives a kick into that Pupitar, it's just taking a huge chunk of damage. Unfortunately, it didn't get wounded, so it did keep healing up. And now this Kecleon is stacked up. But I think it's not enough. Yeah, as soon as it punches that Pupitar, it just takes so much true damage. And this Pupitar earning monster stack after monster stack, as well as ability power from Lunatone's ability, able to out-damage everything on Stellar's team. All right, we've got 2 Black Augurites picked up, as well as that 1 Heat Rock. Heat Rock is probably going to be replaced with another Black Augurite, giving That's What You Think a huge boost to getting Nighttime. It might just completely override this cast form, which is not what you want to see for cast form, because cast form critically needs a weather that supports its abilities. That being said, Peanut Head's team is doing very well in the mid game. Just absolutely out-damaging this squishy Sound team. Sound, a very strong synergy in the late game, but so far there's been no defensive support, like no normal synergy or defensive items that are really helping Beatrice stay afloat compared to some of these other very strong teams. And they really need to stabilize after doing a full lose streak in the early game and only winning 1 round, which pretty much just broke their lose streak in the late game. I think they really need to stabilize fast. Chimecho also not having any items is definitely not a great spot to be in. Chimecho can be an absolutely devastating unit, but without any items like Soul Dew or Aqua Egg or even the Pokénomicon, it's not going to be doing enough. Without items, it did 207. Imagine if it was doing like double damage, and that's also double scaling, right? Because every time Chimecho casts, it gets basically twice as strong. If it had ability power, it'd be going like 4 times as fast. There's the Mystic Water to make an Aqua Egg, which is going to very much help out that Chimecho. And if Beatrice is able to evolve this Wailmer, that'll be a very strong frontline unit. For now, they're electing to go Water 3 alongside their Froakie that they picked up, which will be evolving next round. How is Hey It's Helena doing? They're doing poison, a nice defensive poison build. Very solid, very consistent. Not game winning, but again, we're just trying to hit top 4 here, right? So I like what Hey It's Helena is doing here. And we've got Grass 5, Flora 6 over here from King. I think I'd prefer to see a Grass 7 team, but definitely not wrong to try to evolve some of your Flora units, especially in the mid game. But just not enough healing to overcome the immense amount of poison damage. Actually, pretty close. I don't know if they're going to have enough damage to take down this Kecleon. But it ended up being a lot closer than I expected. Yeah, nothing can take down this Kecleon. None of these Flora units have any scaling ability power or attack damage, so without any extra damage, they can't burst down this Kecleon, who just constantly healing with its ability and that Shell Bell. Looks like with the Soul Dew, Beatrice was still not able to win. I mean, yeah, that Pupitar probably just jumped right into the back line and disrupted everything that Chimecho could have done. Still a lot of damage coming out of the Chimecho though, so not all hope is lost. They're electing to run Dragon 3, getting some extra tankiness with Jangmo-O, who also has Sound Synergy. But I think I'd prefer seeing normal shields. Not against this fighting team, however. Fighting can withstand the early bursts from Sound because there's not a lot of damage coming through, but once that Sound team is able to scale up, sometimes it outscales fighting team's capabilities and it's able to win. It's going to be close. I think with that Dive Bomb, unable to kill that Chimecho. The Chimecho is just a little bit too tanky for that Hawlucha to one-shot with its ability, and that's going to be a round 1 for Beatrice, which is exactly what she needs. Gold Dojo ticket is interesting. I think I'd be very happy if I was That's What You Think, because they could throw that ticket onto a Larvitar and slowly work their way towards a Tyranitar. And once they hit that Tyranitar with an extra 150 HP, attack damage, and ability power, that's going to be amazing. And that's exactly what they do right away, rolling aggressively for that Larvitar and throwing that Gold Dojo ticket. That's going to be a very strong unit in the late game. And this, even if Beatrice is able to take down every other opponent, I have a hard time seeing them being able to take down this Pupitar. And with this little HP, that could be disaster for their game tournament. All right, let's take a look at Peanut Head. They're leaning more and more into Morphus. They've already got a Rhyhorn. I don't know if that's going to be permanent, but for now they can at least use it to do some ground digging, and it's a solid defensive and offensive unit. I think it would probably be better just to go for Amorphous 5 here, but I don't think they've found any 5th Amorphous Pokemon just yet. We've got Stellar's field team. There's a Soul Dew on that Raboot, which is going to be some nice consistent damage. Its PP is very low for constant casts and usually dealing a line over multiple units and doing a lot of burns. Very nice consistent damage for a field team. Right now in first, we've got that Poison Bug team, like I said. You're going for top 4. This is perfect play from Hey It's Helena. They've got Bug Force Energy, utilizing Kecleon, which is being cloned. The clone doesn't get Poison Synergy, unfortunately, but it's still just a bulky, extra body to protect their backline, which is very squishy. Yeah, solid play from Helena, just doing top 4 tourney strats here. Sports team looking very tanky, again, lacking damage, but at this point you don't fully need the damage. Perhaps they might go for like a Water 3 angle using this Oshawott, this Poliwhirl, and then they get like a Sobble as their late game carry. Able to do, damage in a line consistently and cast not too infrequently using Water 3 synergy. But for now, I think they're just relying on high defenses and just, throwing units around with fighting synergy and having this Hawlucha basically solo teams while everything else distracts and protects it. Grass is a little awkward. It's going to be a long fight because these units are going to be healing a lot. We've even got a Grass Hawlucha over here from Harry Kane. And I think unless this Grookey just is able to constantly scale up, I don't think Harry Kane can win this matchup. It's going to be close. Oh, one shot. And it's the Grookey that hangs on. And I think the Hawlucha is still alive somewhere. He's just invisible. That was a very close fight. Okay. All of the hatches are now fully evolved, at least the ones that we got in round 4. So we've got a fully evolved Emboar. Look how tanky this thing is. Very solid. Again, not a lot of damage, but that's just a lot of stats to protect whatever carry Tort ends up finding. We've got the Poison team, which should start to falter now, but maybe not if... I mean, there's a safety goggles. I think that's enough to beat this Poison team. There's no Rune Protect on this team, not even Aquatic Synergy. So this team might continue to struggle against It's Helena's Poison team. Got 5 Larvitars. You can count the substitute Larvitar from That's What You Think. They still got a lot of gold and haven't committed a lot to rolling, so I think they're on good pace to making a very strong Tyranitar Sticky Barb team. Looks like their final item might be something like a Muscle Band, which is fine. Rocky Helmet also works very well. You know, that's just even more defenses for that Pupitar. The defense is really just to increase the damage done by Sticky Barb and not so much crit protection or the actual defense stat. I think with Rock 6 pretty much already taking nothing from attack damage. But we'll see what That's What You Think ends up building. Another option, honestly, is Flame Orb. I know Flame Orb kind of works negatively with Shell Bell, but it's just so much extra AD, and you're still healing a lot. I think you're even healing off of your own burn. Just half as much because you are burned. But yeah, that's another option that they could do. Looks like they're going for X-Ray Vision, Rocky Helmet. That's probably... Oh, that's going on their front line, and they're maybe looking for something like just guaranteed protection for special defense, like an Assault Vest or Power Lens, something along that. Something along that line to protect their Pupitar from, you know, heavy burst teams. But I haven't seen a lot of burst. Damon, that's burst, I guess. Chimecho can definitely do a good amount of burst. And actually, this team is looking very scary suddenly. Water 6, Sound 6. That is very strong. Chimecho is going to be casting so quickly and so often. I think Beatrice... I call Beatrice Beat Rice all the time because Sandshrew does that. I think Beatrice might have actually just turned things around. Just like that, you know, a single Wailord, solid PB generation, and suddenly Chimecho is an absolute monster. We've got Celebi, who can do some very nice things and give a lot of extra HP to Harry Kane, who really needs it. You know, it might be exactly what they need to just hold on to the game and get a top 4. This field team with Buzzwole as a legendary, it's not looking great. Buzzwole has no place in, honestly, any team except for maybe fighting if you have a Ladybug or something. I just don't see this Buzzwole being very helpful. Its scaling is just way too slow. It's got good stats, but it just doesn't do enough damage. Alright. We are just a few rounds away from this becoming a Tyranitar. That might be exactly what That's What You Think needs to beat this Chimecho team, but Chimecho is so well protected, and That's What You Think is missing an Assault Vest or some kind of special defense item on this Pupitar. It might not be enough, even if he gets that giant Tyranitar. We shall see. I wonder if they have the capability of mixing in Capsakid to give it the Enrage status. And that amount of extra damage might be necessary to bursting through and getting to that Chimecho, but it's going to be very close. All right, now we've got Tort in first place. Fighting, very solid mid, early late game team. I haven't been keeping close eye on what TM they got for Human 4, but I'm not sure if any of them are actually all that useful for a fighting team without any like solid carry. They did get a what is this guy called? Iron Valiant as their legendary, which is a very solid fighting unit that can do some really cool things with repositioning and just like consistent special damage, which is pretty rare for fighting. But again, they still lack like a consistent AoE damage dealer. I guess maybe Iron Valiant fills that role. But again, this is a great team to take to a top 4 victory. It's actually a little close though. Doesn't have the most amount of HP left. I think they'll be fine against the Poison team, which is actually starting to bleed quite a bit too much, I think. Not enough evolutions, like there's still a Weedle and a Spinnerack here. Let's see if it's enough damage to overcome this fighting team. The only safety goggles is on Halucha, but honestly, I think that might be enough. Yeah, anything that's hitting the Halucha is pretty much just wasting time. Ooh, this Kecleon is stacked up quite well, but it's focusing on that Halucha instead of this Embor, which it really needs to start punching down. Every time that Halucha casts, it's a lot of HP loss for Kecleon, and Tort is able to just barely take down Hey, it's Helena there. Not barely, actually. I don't know if Hey, it's Helena had anything to really overcome that Halucha. Got a really big Machoke now. That Guillotine is actually doing quite a bit of damage. Still only single target, so not great. But there's actually, like, you could start itemizing this Machoke and actually make it start doing something useful other than just being synergy bumps. I want to keep an eye on That's What You Think now, because they have this giant Tyranitar. Let's see if they're able to take down this Chimecho team. If they are able to, it's going to be terrible for Beatrice, because I think they might be knocked out of the game. But if not, Beatrice... Oh, there we go. They're able to take down everything except for that Tyranitar. Again, so much healing with Monster 4 and just so much defenses. They were able to pick up an Assault Vest. It's exactly what you want to see on this Tyranitar. It's exactly the tools needed to take Beatrice down. But Beatrice hangs on with 3 HP. Their tournament life is at stake. I think the only team that can overcome Beatrice at this point is That's What You Think. And that might be exactly what everyone needs for this team to get knocked out. Otherwise, it's going first. We've got a big Roselia here from Hey, It's Helena. Don't think it's going to be enough damage. Especially just a Soul Dew. That's what, going to be like 40 ability power when it casts? I guess it did get that ticket, right? So it's actually going to be like 80 ability power when it casts, maybe. But still not enough damage, I don't think, right? It's only dealing, what, 51 damage to 4 units. When it's reduced by special defense, let's say that's around 35 damage. That's not enough to take down teams, right? Oh, things are starting to look bad for Hey, It's Helena. Beatrice is unlikely to be knocked out in their next fight. So Hey, It's Helena really needs to win the next round. Got Amorphous 4 artificial, or Amorphous 5 artificial 4 Fire 4 team. Nothing on this team is really wowing me. This Haunter does have a really nice attack stat alongside that loaded dice. But it's only dealing single target damage with every attack. Let's see if it's enough to overcome Hey, It's Helena's poison team. Not a lot of damage anymore from Hey, It's Helena's team. And yeah, unfortunately, just not enough attack speed for Hey, It's Helena. And this Roselia, a lot of damage, but again, not enough to take down any vital units. And that's going to be the end of their tournament run, unfortunately. Beatrice, once again, easily winning their fight. I think it's Really just going to come down to if they're able to take down That's What You Think. If they aren't, they'll be knocked out, but probably going to outlast Peanut Head at this point. Hard to say. King being brought down to 2 life. And I think their next matchup is going to be Beatrice. And I don't see how this team can beat a Chimecho. All right, we've got a Crustle, which is pretty exciting. It's a new unit, and it's actually being duplicated thanks to Bug 2 synergy. See what Crustle is able to do in this fight. Some solid damage, honestly. But no, it's the Tyranitar with the sticky barb that's really shining. It's getting statused, but I don't think those statuses are impactful enough to take it down. A lot of burn damage cutting in that Shell Bell healing and monster healing. But look, it still has 393 HP. All right, Beatrice is able to survive, stabilizing with that Chimecho. Very well done on their part. Peanut Head unfortunately knocked out. King matched up against Tort and was actually able to beat Tort. This is, again, at this point in the game, I don't think fighting beats any of these teams. Like, nothing on this team is game-winning carry material, right? Like, even if Tort stuck with what I said, like Water 3 with that Drizzile, like, they still need AP items, and it's going to be casting slower than these guys. It's going to be a one-shot by this Tyranitar. There's really nothing fighting can do at this point, but again, he's going for top 4. He knows it. He made it to top 4 with this very solid fighting team. 2 relatively useless TMs at this point, but not necessary. Let's watch as this Tyranitar eats through everything. Look at that true damage, just doing so much. And it's all just coming from units hitting the Tyranitar, not the Tyranitar hitting other units. Long drawn out fight, but nothing's dealing any damage. Tyranitar wins it. Tort and King both move on, and it comes down to these 2 Titans. Can this Godzilla Tyranitar take down well-protected Water 6 Chimecho? I think so. I think Beatrice is unlikely to beat this. But that really goes to show you how strong these comps can be, right? Nothing else stood a chance against this Chimecho, and nothing else stood a chance against this Tyranitar. And now that the Peanut Head's team is knocked out without Cast Form changing the weather, That's What You Think has free reign with their Nighttime and Black Augurites. Still only 15% extra chance to crit, but hey, that's still like 1 in 4 attacks from this Tyranitar, right? And a unit with 48 damage, dealing double every 4 hits. That's a lot of damage. So what Beatrice really wants to do is try to get that Tyranitar to waste a lot of time, as the Chimecho casts a lot and scales up really quickly. But even when the Tyranitar is wasting time, as long as it's picking up kills, it's going to be increasing its health, right? Like, let's see here. This Manaphy takes a good amount of auto attacks, but Tyranitar gets 2 kills right there. It's at 431. Oh, but look at that. It's stuck. It's stuck hitting a Jangmo-O and a Wailord, and Chimecho just absolutely scales up and one-shots everything with an ability that only does like 18 damage. So, yeah, I think Chimecho just wins at this point after seeing that. Pretty sad to see how strong this team is. again, this team is also very strong. Beatrice played it very well. They got so close to death in the mid game and able to stabilize using their Primarina and a bunch of water sound ad picks. Whoever added this Whalmer into the game was like a blessing for Beatrice. Possible it was Beatrice themselves. Ooh, Tyranitar this time is able to get a bunch of stacks. It's looking very healthy. It's not attacking the Chimecho, but it's too late. Chimecho has casted too much. Was able to survive a couple odd attacks from that Tyranitar. Yeah, it's really going to come down to fight RNG here. Is the Tyranitar going to be able to focus the right units? Is it going to be able to get enough stacks? Porygon 2 with sound. Going to be nice to give Tyranitar a bit of speed, but I think it might just die too quickly, I think. All right, here we go. Good targeting by Tyranitar so far. Keeping an eye on it. Manaphy eating up a good amount of attacks, but finally, I think at this point it's too late. The Chimecho has casted way too many times. And yeah, honestly, not even close. Too bad, though. It was a very exciting team from That's What You Think. And still a very, very solid Water 6, Sound 6 team from Beatrice. Well done on their part. A good game. Let's see. How many Dittos did we see there? 3, 4. A lot from That's What You Think. A very, very fortunate game for them. And being able to get that ticketed Tyranitar. 2 from Tort. 1 from King. And well played to everyone else. Good luck in the next tournament. All right. Let's see here. We've got 2 more lobbies. Let's take a look at this one. It's got 7 players. Should be ending relatively soon. In first place so far, we've got Lilac. They've been winning every round with an Artificial Steel 4 team. 2 Pokerust Vials, giving them Poison 3. Solid Kling Klang, fully evolved. Again, not the highest attack damage stat, but with a Flame Orb, that's very well supported. And then it's attacking twice with loaded dice. It's dealing true damage with Steel 4. And then they've got Mewtwo as a backup carry. And that's going to work very well against fighting. Which, like I said, fighting just doesn't do any damage in the late game. So it struggles at this point, but hey, they've already hit top 4 with the fighting team, so it's done its job. We've got Normal 7, Gourmet 5, something that I've been really enjoying. I only recently learned how to play this comp, and it's a lot of fun. Highly recommend anyone try it out. Wonder who they're using as their Gourmet targets. I'm guessing one of them has to be Chansey. Maybe Miltank? No, it's Cooking Pot Togepi. Togetic. Got a 300 HP Miltank. Who else has some extra HP? I'm not sure if they utilize Miltank's signature dish much. But I'm not seeing a lot of damage from this team. They have all their units, but they don't have like damage items. But we'll see. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. They should definitely equip this Rusted Sword. Even if it's not on the Zacian, it's still a lot of extra attack damage that gets transferred from unit to unit. So I would have liked to see that on the Porygon, but it honestly doesn't really matter at this point, right? It's top 4. And it looks like they're going to hold off potentially against this fighting team, which is kind of sad because fighting should be countering normal, right? But again, fighting just doesn't do any damage, even if they're able to break shields. What else are they going to do, right? Right, so we got a 3rd place. Ooh, we got a Ghost 8 team. Do we have Rune Protect on either of these teams? Yeah, we got the safety goggles there. They're purposely not itemizing their Mewtwo with a 3rd item so that the Ghost Curse gets inflicted to Kling Klang. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's look at Ghost Synergy here. At Ghost 8, the strongest enemy is Cursed. That's a status and will be knocked out after 8 seconds. So the strongest unit is actually determined by the unit with the most items. And that's going to be the Kling Klang. As long as no extra item goes onto this Mewtwo, Kling Klang will always take precedence over the Mewtwo. And it's going to be well protected in the backline and stoke up that curse. And it's going to help Lilac here beat Leaf Nair's Ghost team. They're even utilizing a Gourmet Synergy in the PvE round to get some extra speed on their Kling Klang. Going to help it out a lot because of that high Flame Orb attack speed, or high Flame Orb attack stat. But they disconnect? Are they not swapping their team back? They need to throw on these items real quick too. Get rid of this. What's going on? Okay. They missed a Poké Vial, but it might not be necessary. There we go, we've got the Rusted Sword on the Porygon, increasing its damage by quite a lot. But it doesn't look like it's enough. Lilac's team is just way too strong. Good fight coming out of Lamp here. They're knocked out at third. And we've got a Gimme Ghoul here. Yet to evolve to a Goldango. And honestly, in a lot of games, it really doesn't need to. But at this point, I think you should just sell this and use a stronger unit. But it doesn't matter, right? They've got a Skeledirge, unitemized Skeledirge, which is pretty funny. You could just like sell the Gimme Ghoul, throw that Soul Dew on the Skeledirge. Honestly, throw it in the front line with the Shell Bell and Muscle Band. It'd probably be more useful than a Gimme Ghoul. But yeah, very well done by Lilac. Purposely not itemizing their Mewtwo. Ooh, but a lot of damage coming in from Leaf Nair. It's barely enough to actually take a round off of Lilac. Let's see if they're able to consistently win. Looks like they've won the last 2 matchups against Lilac. And, oh, I see what's going on. So they put their, they've got 3 items on their Iron Hands, which shouldn't be too big of a problem considering they do have an ability shield. And this fight probably isn't long enough to actually have that Ghost Curse be the deciding factor here. But yeah, this Skeledirge, we got Frostlass. A very strong Ghost team from Leaf Nair. And I don't think a Kling Klang is going to compare to a fully evolved 4 cost, right? It's close, very close, but definitely not enough. That's one of Artie's shortcomings, is the lack of a late game carry. That's why Genesect works so well, because it's a high AD, 4 range artificial steel unit. And also getting a clone that's just, you know, a little bit of extra protection / damage. But yeah, well done by Leaf Nair with an unevolved Gimme Ghoul. Probably generated so much money. Yeah, look, 411 total gold versus 281. That's what allowed them to get this Skeledirge and Frostlass. I'd also like to see how many Dittos they've gotten. Because like 2 fully evolved 4 costs is crazy. I'm not sure what Lilac should be doing at this point. Not the best artificial tools. Like Poké Vial doesn't really complement artificial that much in the late game, because artificial at this point just wants to win quickly, right? Especially against ghosts. Got a return TM, that's not going to do anything. They're going for Larvitar for Rock Synergy. I'm not sure if that's going to help much, but the best they can do. They will pick up an odd stone, but they're probably not going to win this fight. There's not going to be another fight after this, right? One of these two players is going to be knocked out here. There's some Ghost Curse going on. Iron Hand gets killed by the Ghost Curse. And there's just so much damage. Ooh, a good fight so far, though. It's just Skeledirge that's left. Lilac somehow able to turn things around at the last second there and actually defeat Fleefnir's Ghost team. Well done, Lilac. All right, that should be the end of round 3. Are we at round 4 now? Let's see here. Yeah, I think so. Ooh, Peppy Machop, the anonymous player with 3 first place, random goat, proving to be a random goat right now. Thomas Wang also doing very well with a 1-1-2, 1-2-1s over here. Yeah, a lot of big names still surviving. Anyone knocked out? We've got Obscuros knocked out. Pretty big names here too. While we wait next lobbies to start. Yeah, a lot of players, a lot of solid players knocked out so far, but some big names still left in the tournament. It'll be exciting to see who's able to win. This is, there's still going to be, what, 4 more rounds, right? All right, let's see what game we want to spectate next. How about Aries' game? We haven't watched the defending champion play just yet. Now let's spectate Aries' game. So that's lobby number 3. Or is there a lobby that's already full? Bunch. Okay, let's see. Lobby 2, we've seen a bunch of these players. Lobby number 1, we've also seen a bunch of these players. Actually, really just that, I think. And then in lobby 6, let's hop into lobby 6. All right. A 7-player lobby. We've got Rider 565. I play Pack at 3 a.m. Gone wrong. Great name. I'll just call you I play Pack. Fleefnir. 2nd place from that last game that we spectated the end of. Eki Chaos. Mr. Big Business. I'm sick. Be gentle, please. I'll just call you I'm sick. And Jira. Okay. Let's see. We've got Kakuna opener, very solid. Early game team. Field opener, another solid early game team. Nothing too crazy over here. A lot of AP items and dragon units here. That's likely going to be a water dragon angle coming in from Eki Chaos. My game is frozen. You know what? I think it's worth, while we're still in the early stages of the game, just for me to exit out of Pokemon Auto Chess and reopen it. Sometimes, I don't know, the game gets laggy after I have it open for multiple games and open for a long time. So I will be right back. All right, welcome back. Okay, we've got a crit item set here on a Clink. but not too much to support it. We've got some frontline bugs, and we've got Water 3, Dragon 3 from Eki Chaos. I think that's because considering they're not itemized other than that Water Stone, it's going to be around 1 for I Play Pack. Field doing well. An instant upgrade slam is interesting. I'm not super opposed to upgrade, but generally I prefer using my magnets for, more outright damage items like punching glove or loaded dice. But this isn't the worst item to build. This is usually an option that I take to complement 2 other more damage dealing items if I don't have anything better. But perhaps it'll be pretty nice in the early game, especially with a muscle band. Swapping out the Clink for a Togepi, much higher attack damage stat and a faster speed stat. Also a more useful ability than Clink, at least without any speed. And here is a Vaporeon with choice specs. It's a very useful unit to have in the early game, giving a bunch of units a lot of extra AD, but is it enough? I think it is. With these 1480 Horsies taking down the rest of I Play Pack's team. Leafnair going for an open fort. I love the confidence. We've got Human Fighting from Mr. Big Business using a Flame Orb and Muscle Band combo. Not the worst, especially with Human. But having to take, that consistent true damage is not great for your scaling, slow damage dealing fighting team. But it's still definitely possible to, be very useful. Especially if they get an Assault Vest or safety goggles. Nice damage from that ability cast, but not a lot of damage overall. We've got Field 5 already from Ryder. They're doing some tempo level ups. That's exactly how you want to play Field. But without extra AD, you might struggle against some of these other teams. They've already lost a round against this fighting team, which, as I've said before, fighting does pretty well against Field in the early game. Interesting, we've been seeing so much fighting in this tournament. Some success, like Tort has been able to win a couple games with fighting. But we've also seen a lot of teams get knocked out pretty early in fighting. Alright, 2 Magikarps from Eki Chaos here. That's 2 out of 3, which is pretty good. Change the music. Alright, open fort going for Leafnair. They're already above 50, so they could definitely start to throw in some units now. Perhaps they've just found nothing, and I don't know. At this point, right, you don't have to go open fort anymore. You can still keep your lose streak up, just mitigate some health loss, or pick up some units in preparation for Gyarados. But again, Leafnair, they seem to be very confident, and I bet they know what they're doing. I also see a lot of Gimme Ghoul coins being picked up. I generally have been avoiding them since item changes, how item carousels, or how Lugia and Ho are guaranteed to always give you 2 item components now. But sometimes picking up the Gimme Ghoul coin can really pay off. Especially with open fort, right? Like this is just so much extra gold. You get to 60 so quickly. Oh, and yeah, they did pick up some units. We've got Yanmas, we've got Bug 2, some grass. See the ad picks this game. So there's Skrelp, like Water Dragon. We see someone playing that this game, so I'm sure they're very happy to see Skrelp. There's 2 Water Psychic ads. That's another water angle that Eki could potentially pivot into, especially with the Waterstone built. And Vulpix is a great holder for Waterstone. Good amount of bug flying units, but I don't think bug flying is going to cut it in this kind of competitive format. Way too risky for a relatively mediocre team. We do have some gourmet ads. The what is that guy? Sinisty? Little teacup guy. He can definitely make some cool comps work. And yeah, Amorphous is always an option. Got like solid Amorphous synergy units, and then Rogunk, always useful in Amorphous. Very easy to bump up some useful synergies like Aquatic and Fighting. Not as much useful, but very easy to get to Fighting too, right? So interesting to see what people do with these ad picks. I'm Sick is running a water team, so perhaps they have water dragons in mind. It looks like they have a Horsey and a Skrelp here. Or are they going to go for a water psychic? I Play Pack is going for an Amorphous pivot here. 80 Cryogonal. Not too bad. Not the best 80 stat, but decent speed. And being 3 range is always just, you know, good. Amorphous 5 with not much support, but that'll change as they level up. We've got Lapras. We know that guy is an awesome unit. And yeah, they're picking up a Staryu. We'll see if this ends up being a water psychic board or just a water aquatic board. Both are very solid options. Field. Lost a couple rounds. Not a great early game, but definitely not bad. They're using the Gimmighoul coin, which could let them hit level 9 a little bit sooner than they would normally. But I'm not loving the items that I see here. Miltank with a Muscle Band is solid. And yeah, nice round 1 there versus Leafnair, who is now going for Ghost with Mimikyu or an Amorphous team, or Amorphous Ghosts. We'll see if they can take that huge money lead that they got from the early game Open Fort loss streak and convert that into a solid late game Ghost Amorphous team. Already looking for some crit items on Yanma. I imagine that will be replaced to like something like a Gengar once they are able to. Nothing to stand out with the ad picks here. Gunky can be a lot of fun. Cubchoo works really well with the Lapras, but if who is it? Ira is going for a full water team, I don't see Cubchoo making that team. This team, however, is already using Cubchoo alongside a Comfey. Comfey water is something that I haven't tried, but in theory it should work out pretty well. There's just not too much like burst damage from this team. They're trying to scale up with their Vaporeon, but I think everything is just going to die before this Vaporeon really able to make good use of its constant ability casts and scaling. Been like this for a while now, but scaling comps, aside from sound, just kind of struggle against all these like big damage dealing AoE team. Well, I guess Field is scaling and Field does okay. Alright, Mr. Big Business had that early game fighting team. It looks like they might be going for an artificial angle. Picking up Iron Hands. Also have a Morgrim, which... Is that guy called Morgrim? I can't remember. It's like Impidim's second form. Morgrim, yeah. Never really found a great spot for this unit. I know it must have been like popular during the Dark Fairy era, but I was not playing the game during that, so... Yeah, I've never really found a great use for this guy. They've got Rage for their human 2 TM though. Rage can definitely be very nice. Maybe they go for Electabuzz with Rage and then... Or pick up something like... What is that electric human legendary? Regieleki. Throwing Rage on that and some like attack damage and speed items. That can be a pretty nice carry. But I think if you're going for artificial, you're better off just picking an artificial legendary. We'll see though. There's definitely some cool things you can do with Rage. Alright, iPlay Pack so far has been doing great with their Amorphous team, utilizing the Araquanid, the early game Goomy, and a Caterpie, as well as a nice crit set on their Cryogonal. A lot of damage, and enough tankiness to support it. Eki Chaos is doing a full pivot from their early game Water Dragon into Grass Flora, but they only have Grass 3, which is definitely not enough for mid-game consistency. And this Water Stone is now just going to sit in their items kind of useless. It's just a plus 30 flat PP, and that's not really what you want when, you know, your tournament life is at stake in a 7-player game in last place. But maybe they can turn things around once they get that Grass 7, once they find their 7 Grass units. But it's going to be kind of rough. Grass does have a good matchup against Ice, but these are Water Ice teams, not just flat Ice, right? So it's going to be kind of tricky. Leafnair already at Ghost 6, Amorphous 3. They still have 60 gold and enough HP for a couple more round losses. They definitely need to stabilize soon though. And I wouldn't rely on this Yanma for too long as a carry, but hey, it's giving good synergies, right? Bug, it's got that scaling speed. It makes pretty good use of these items. It doesn't have the highest AD stat, so that's one thing that I think is missing from this, relying on this unit as a carry. But for now, it's totally serviceable, especially when it's supported by a lot of Ghost and solid Frontline and Mimikyu. Now they've got the Doublade, using a spell tag that they got from Artificial 2. Definitely very nice, especially with the Sinistea ad pick. Basically just a free Ghost on a unit of their choice. All right, we've got double upgrade on this field team. It might be very nice for now. Well, not even, because they've lost a couple rounds. But I think this is a mistake. I don't know if they were forced with 2 Twisted Spoons, because that's probably Field's worst item. You'd much rather have something like a Ability Shield, or even a Choice Specs on like a casting unit. But yeah, those upgrades, even when they scale up, that one's from a Wonder Box, I believe, just not dealing enough damage. And Eki's Grass team with a Choice Specs Roselia is actually able to deal a solid amount of damage, bursting down that field team who's not able to match that amount of damage. Alright, things are starting to look a little bad for Fleefnair as they lose a round to Mr. Big Business. I don't think Mr. Big's... Oh, they do have a Machamp. That's a very interesting build. I'm certain they want to swap that spell tag out for a better item like an Assault Vest or a Safety Goggles moving forward. But that is a Machamp with 54 attack, 56, 57. It's just scaling up as that Muscle Band starts to scale up. It is killing itself, however, but not fast enough for it to lose this fight as it takes down Eki Chaos, as these 2 players are dancing around in last place. A Kingdra with a Comfey, not able to withstand the Ghost Curses at Ghost 6. It's being fatigued, paralyzed, and flinched with reduced defenses, reduced attack, and reduced ability power. And all of that is definitely not helping out that Kingdra. Alright, iPlay Pack's Amorphous team is looking very solid. A lot of side synergies. They're using Gourmet Cooking. They've just got a lot of, you know, solid units. We've got Rider 565 picking up a Fossil Stone. I think they're going to make the Friend Bow with that. But I'm not sure if normal is what you should be doing at this point. Normal works well in field, not because of their effects, but because they're just both solid early game synergies. And late game, like, the shields aren't really going to do much for field, which is a team that likes to have units benefit from healing. That shield's just going to, like, block out some of that healing, right? It's still a beneficial effect, but not as beneficial as something as Fire 4, which scales up really quickly with, you know, like these upgrades and all the attack speed from field units. Electric also works well with field because, you know, field attacks really quickly. I think going into the late game, trying to bump up your normal is not the angle that you want to go for. And here we go. We've got a lot of Ghost Curses splashing on multiple units. We've got a Yan Mega now, which still doesn't have the most attack damage, but definitely serviceable, especially with these items. It attacks really quickly, so 2 Yan Megas, definitely enough for Fleefnir to win that round. Alright, Grass 7 from Eki Chaos. Isn't enough to stabilize. They've lost the last 2 rounds. Haven't seen what exactly they had in those 2 rounds that they lost. But Grass 7 is a lot of healing, like 25 every 2 seconds for your entire team. Overhealing, increasing max HP. It's very nice, but I'm just not seeing enough damage. Like I said before, Roselia just usually doesn't cut it. Even Roserade sometimes is just a little too underwhelming, especially against this Kingdra that has 400 HP. Sure, the Roselia is able to splash a lot of damage on multiple units. That was 237 on its cast, right? But the Kingdra is at full health. It's not going to be able to burst down this team, but the Maractus inflicting wounds on the Kingdra might be, and that's exactly what Eki needed, and they are actually able to survive this round, thanks to the Maractus with its awesome Spike Shield ability. Alright, we've got some tea being drank by this Diagonal, allowing to cast almost immediately. And if that crits, it's going to be a lot of damage. And if it hits a weak target, that's splashing onto a lot of enemies right away at the start of a fight. I really like this, although they should definitely... I would even sacrifice Amorphous just to cook even more. Like, put that cooking pot on something else. Or not. Guess they're just going for Amorphous 7 for, you know, no portal interference from the Gourmet synergy. We got a Milotic coming out of Jira here. Rarely see this unit, right? It's pretty hard to fish it up, considering you need water 6 and then fishing up 6 Feebas. But it's a very useful ranged tank unit. Is something you don't see very often. Both Eki and Fleefnir are pretty much on 1 life left. Ryder not too far behind. No one is able to take down iPlay Pack during the mid game, and they're bumping up all the way to level 9 at stage 21. Level 9 Amorphous is a very scary late game team. Regardless of what synergies you're able to get, it should be relatively easy to splash a bunch. Pick up Deoxys as their final unit. Not providing very many synergies, but in it's versatile, and in its protect form, it can protect these 2 solid carry units. I like the AD Vanillish. Vanillish is definitely still a very solid AP carry. But with AD items, you're sacrificing a bit of its like utility and damage for more consistency, right? It has solid backline stats. So I like this. And we're using the cooking pot on Deoxys, not just for Gourmet 3 synergy, but also for the extra defenses. No psychic synergy, so this protect's only going to last 5 seconds, but hey, 5 seconds is still decent. A Rocky Helmet on this Lugia, though, is going to be very hard for this Cryogon to get through. And yeah, this Lugia looks like with that comfy healing, unless it gets frozen too much, no. The Rocky Helmet just soaks up too much damage. And that's the weakness of Spell Crit, right? It doesn't matter how much damage this Cryogonal is doing. All the excess is being negated by that Rocky Helmet. Even if its ability power, it's not dealing the damage it needs to do to win a round. Eki Chaos, unfortunately knocked out of the game. Not able to get a Flora Legendary. And this Artana, without the right supported defenses, just not able to do anything. Another option is Wide Lens, but they didn't have that either. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no damage coming in from their team. It's one of Grass's weaknesses is that sometimes they lack a solid damage carry. I like to go AD when I play Grass, because you can just throw that on any range unit and it usually fares decently. But yeah, that is one of the weaknesses of Grass, especially in the late game. This field team also not doing too well. They don't lack enough punch to get through that Rocky Helmet. This time not because of crits, but just because of the stall defenses that Rocky Helmet provides. And that's 2 players knocked out. Fleefnir hanging on by a thread still, winning their 2 rounds. They are at Ghost 8, Amorphous 4. Let's see if that ever gets bumped up to Amorphous 5. But they really just need to survive a couple more rounds. That's early game. Open fort, very risky, but it might just pay off for them. Does anyone have a safety goggles? We've got a safety goggles here, but that Ghost Curse is going to target the Regice first. This is a very strong looking Machamp. Is it going to be enough for a fighting team to win the late game, though? Perhaps. I've honestly never really tried this, so I'd like to see it win. We rarely see fighting win nowadays, but it would be really awesome if this Machamp could do it. Got Charge as a TM. I don't think that's going to be enough for them, unfortunately. Look at this Machamp. He's doing so much work. Look at him go. That Regice tanked a lot of damage before going down to the Ghost Curse. Now it's targeting the Machamp. Ooh, and this could be a disaster for Fleefnir right here. If they're not able to take down this Machamp. Just not enough damage. Come on, Machamp. Unfortunate. Fleefnir survives. 800 damage from the Machamp, but just not enough. Alright, this is looking like a very solid Water 6 team. Unfortunately, not hitting the Water 9 or Dragon 7 to help it out. But still, we've got some very strong units, like a AP Thwacky with Waterstone. Toxcroak, like I've said before, is a very underutilized, strong frontline unit, providing Poison synergy and Aquatic synergy to this team. But is it enough to take down the Machamp? I don't know, but this Lugia is looking very strong, and I don't know if Machamp can do anything against it. We've got Rage Regice, which is cool, but not enough at this point in the game. Gonna come down to the Machamp versus Lugia. The fighting synergy is not doing enough damage reduction. And there we go. Machamp gets taken down again. Unfortunate for Fleefnir, they got knocked out by iPlayPak's ridiculously strong Amorphous team. They don't even need any Rune Protect. We've got Aquatic 2, which helps out a little bit against Ghosts. And then switching their Deoxys to Speed Deoxys, probably just to burst this team down faster than the Ghost Curse can really take effect. I think that's might have been what they intended to do here, and it worked out for them very well. All right. Jira's team is looking solid, but it's been losing most rounds. They lost against Ghost because of no Rune Protect, and Aquatic not being good enough to withstand Fleefnir's Ghost 8. Fleefnir, Ghost 8. They also lost to the Amorphous team, which has been just dominating. And they lost to this Water Dragon team. Probably nothing able to take down the Lugia. But will they be able to take down this Machamp? I'll see. They've got a Feraligatr. Something we rarely see. Army. A very interesting looking team. A lot of nice items. Solid tankiness. Solid burst. Backline. Maybe some choice specs would have been nicer here. Because even if these units are able to cast quickly, they're not going to be doing too much damage, especially against a fighting team. Ooh, but that Machamp takes a devastating hit from Feraligatr right there. We've got AP Girder trying to throw some Girders around, but not enough damage, not fast enough. Mr. Big Business unfortunately knocked out. And once again, we see fighting do decently, but in the late game, just not able to win anything. Knocked out at 4th, which is totally fine for a tournament. All right. So far, this has been iPlayPack's team. They're using Deoxys Speed. That's casting instantly. Increased damage from these ability power items. We know that Cryogonal is not going to be able to burn through that Lugia, but it seems like it's been going well with this new Deoxys bit. Really cool. Vanillux also not relying on crits, and now is at fully evolved 3-star. So that's a huge bump to its attack stat. Deoxys is doing some good work, gliding around the battlefield. And yeah, not enough AoE damage from Gira here, but still a solid fight. iPlayPack continue to dominate. And let's see if this Lugia can soul the rest of this team here with support from Dragalge. Manaphy is a unit that can very easily become an unkillable monster, but just barely not able to do its thing there. And we'll get one more fight in this game for the next one. Unless somehow I'm Sick is able to take down iPlayPack. You never know. They are also only at level 8. Don't know if they've been trying to level up to 9. Getting to Dragon 5 might be... probably won't make much of a difference. Only a little bit of extra shielding, right? Double Rocky Helmet is really going to make this Cryogonal quite useless. That's why iPlayPack has these secondary carries, right? They're even mixing up their positioning. Trying to keep I'm Sick on their toes. Instant cast from Deoxys does a lot of damage. No kills, but still very solid. There we go. Now units are going down really quickly. And yeah, just not enough sustain from this Lugia. Not enough tankiness. And there we go. A very clean and comfortable victory for iPlayPack with Amorphous. So yeah, that's one of the dangers of Poltegeist, right? Adding this guy, if someone is able to use the gourmet signature dish, they're going to get instant casts. And if you're not ready to deal with that, don't add this unit to the game. Well played by iPlayPack and everyone else in this lobby. Go check out another game real quick. Here, stage 22. This one should still be still a lot left in this game. It's Ares' game. All right, what's the situation here? Got Lilac with Grass 7, Flora 6. Have they been winning every round? It looks like they tied against Crisp rounds ago. We've got Fire 8, Field 3. That's always exciting. Have they been Fire Sharding up? I think at least a little bit, yeah. Or maybe not. It makes sense to just play it safe if all you're going for is a top 4. We've got Ghost 8 here against no Fluffy Tail, but there is a Max Revive. Nothing's targeting the Maractus though, so that's a very fortunate fight for Airy here. Had things been targeting that Maractus, they would have been wasting time, right? Because the Maractus was going to go down to the Ghost Curse regardless. And Maractus is really tanky, so it would have ate up a lot of damage. It might still not be enough though, because, well, no, it's definitely enough. I think had that fight gone a little bit differently, Airy could have lost that, but everything seemed to work out just fine. Nobody scouted this ghost team and failed to build safety goggles. Well, that player didn't. There's no safety goggles from these teams either. Yeah, that looks like a very, very solid thing. Very solid team for Airy to run the late game with. Let's see if anyone's able to pick up safety goggles from this. But yeah, still a good spot for Lilac, even though they just lost that round. Celebi's probably going to keep them healthy for the top 4. Only one more player needs to be knocked out. One of these two is very likely to be knocked out in 2 or 3 rounds. Fire fares up pretty well against Grass. They've got a lot of nice tanky items, which I like to see, especially against this crit Celebi. Not going to be dealing too much damage. And we've got Sticky Barb's Tyranitar. It's the flavor of the month. Definitely a solid team. But since its discovery, I feel like a lot of people are really eager and excited to play it, which, fair game, right? It's a solid comp. Shuckle, I really like Shuckle too. I think Shuckle is a very underappreciated unit. It's very strong in the mid game, especially with a Sticky Barbs. Like, has such a high defense stat. And one of the only bugs with an AoE ability. So getting 2 of them and casting like 2 really strong, high damage dealing AoE ability alongside the high defensive stats makes it a very solid mid game unit. However, in the late game, it does fall off a little bit, but still providing so much extra protection for this Tyranitar to do its thing. Sometimes monster struggles against Grass because they just heal up so much, and if a monster fails to get stacks, it's pretty much just a dead unit. Right, it's not doing anything, and that looks to be the case this time. But if it's able to get some stacks thanks to that Sticky Barb, that's going to be a different situation, obviously. It wasn't the case for that fight. But look at what the Shuckle was able to do. Like 1,862 damage being built like a tank. That's very solid. Again, not enough in the late game, obviously, but I just wanted to let people know. Don't neglect the Shuckle. Alright, Airy continuing to their late game dominance. Ooh, locking your own team in the back line is definitely not going to help against Ghosts. That was quite the blunder from Crisp. It might cost them the tournament life. Ooh, that's a very unfortunate misplay on Crisp's end. Forgetting that Stack Attack has this new lock passive. That lock passive is really cool, and you can do some really cool things in like more stall-based comps. Like you can even use Stack Attack in Ghost 8 to do some cool things there, or like with Cursula. But locking your own Tyranitar carry and preventing it from jumping into your opponent's backline, that's gotta sting. All right. Safety goggles on the Fletchinder. Unfortunately, that Ghost Curse is going to target that Crocalor first. But at this point, they're 1 life left. They're using their... oh, there we go. Third item on Fletchinder is going to change that. And let's see if that's going to be enough to take down Airy. Haven't really talked about this water team yet, but it looks to be just a solid water 9 with some monster support. They've also got a Feraligatr and a 2-range Basque Legion, something you don't often see. Primarina, always a solid unit with a good AoE. Looks to be too much damage for this fire team to handle. They had solid defenses against AD, but not against this AP team. So I guess we'll not find out if they were strong enough to beat Airy. Here we go. The grass team ends up beating Airy this time thanks to Celebi's casting. Celebi is actually able to remove status conditions from allies, the negative status conditions, and it also has a safety goggles. So I think that's just going to completely shut down Airy at this point. This player also has a safety goggles, not on their Kyogre, but once Kyogre goes down, this Primarine is going to have their team protected from that Ghost 8 curse, as well as the Fatigue. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who gets third place here. Not sure who this player's gonna... I think this player is much more likely to fight Airy than Lilac, so that's good for them, I think. I'm not sure if they have enough damage to take this team down anymore. A lot of golden berries. Yeah, it's going to be close. I think it might be a rock, paper, scissors situation here. We'll see. Shiny Charm. Technically extra protection against ghosts as well. But, oh, interesting. I think that's just a visual bug. Yeah, I think one of those berries was not actually. Alright, it's a lot of damage coming out from Widest Guy. And the grass team is not able to withstand it. Airy gets knocked out against Widest Guy's team. And I think with this matchup, Widest Guy might be taking the win against Lilac's Celebi. Yeah, this is a very solid team from Widest Guy here. Unfortunate they're not able to get Monster 4, but you know what? You don't really need that in a Water 9 team. You could even swap something out for Aquatic 4, but I don't think it really matters at this point. This visual bug is very funny, Steamy with like 20 berries on it. Yeah, not enough statuses for it to even matter, for Aquatic 4 to matter. Just 3 carries here. Technically 4 if you count the Basculegion. It's just way too much damage for this grass team to heal through. Closer fight this time, but still not enough. It is drawing out the game though, considering Lilac had a pretty solid HP lead, and then the Celebi is healing on every cast. I'm not sure if there's even much positioning changes that Widest Guy could make. But these units are now in a line for this Kyogre to just hit everything, which is not great. It did kind of whiff its cast though, which is actually not bad. But, you know, this guy's dealing damage in a line. This guy's dealing an AoE, like, burst on a target. And then we've got Drizzle, who's targeting the furthest unit. It's going to be very hard to position around regardless. And yeah, we've got a battle with the Super Ancients. Fully itemized Super Ancients. I've actually wondered, like, is this team strong enough to defeat one of these two players? Probably not this team. But this is a very strong Kyogre. This is a very strong Rayquaza. Groudon. He's doing Groudon things. Getting stuck on a diagonal. But this is a very strong PvE team. And it might actually be Lilac's end right here. Ooh, it'll be close. No, I think Lilac's got it. That was close, and they got a lot of Celebi casts off. I don't think that's going to be enough to survive one more round. They did go for the greedy Gourmet 5 there, which is a very solid play. They're probably going to swap out Gourmet 5 right now. But could you imagine if they lost against the Super Ancients? Or what are they called? Yeah, Super Ancients. That would have been pretty funny. All right, let's see if this gourmet cooking is enough to make a difference. I'd suspect no. There's just not enough damage compared to this team that has so much damage. But then again, there isn't a lot of defenses on Widest Guy's team. As long as this Celebi is able to dodge enough abilities before it gets taken down. Ooh, there it goes, but I think it was enough. Wow, a really well played by Lilac, just barely beating the Super Ancients using Gourmet 5 to take down Widest Guy. Very well played. I wonder how much HP this Celebi has healed them throughout the entire game too. It's probably more than 19, right? Well done, Lilac. All right, and we've got one more game. That's that one that's just about to end. Let's see, anyone notable knocked out yet? Thomas Wang still pulling very strong. That's what you think. Still up there. Water L doing a great job. Court ending round 4 with a first place. Airy still in. Strong Dunk. Nice 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully the next one's not a 5. Ooh, and the Peppy Machop going from first to an unfortunate 6. And same with Random Goat. Unfortunate Vast got knocked out. Chris, we saw that very tragic defeat. HX Hunter. Oh, so many big names getting taken out in round 4. All right, let's see who we want to see. Haven't seen Thomas at all yet. Let's spectate Thomas's game if it fills up. You can bring Twitch chat back for a second. I did see some questions. Why is Guy making a cameo in the chat? Eli asks, "What's my favorite scent to smell?" That's a hard one. I don't know if I have a favorite, but like I love the smell of butter and onions or olive oil and onions cooking. I just love a lot of, aromatic foods being cooked. We're looking for quarterfinals 4. It's only 5 out of 7. Bring back some background. And yeah, Eli, this tournament has 400 players. I don't know if that's the highest it's ever been, but it's at least recently it is. It's very crazy. We're just waiting on one more player to join quarterfinals 4. I think we've seen a lot of these other players in other games. Haven't spectated Thomas or Waterell yet, or I guess we've seen Jira. I don't know if we've seen any of these other players. So I'd really like to spectate quarterfinals 4 here. What are your top 3 favorite types of food? Like Mexican, Italian, Chinese, Indian? Yeah, I think you might have just listed them right there. Mexican, Italian, Chinese. I do a lot of Italian cooking at home. Grew up eating Chinese food and, just have an innate love for it. And then Mexican, if I want like a burst of flavors, I love how like Mexican food uses acids and savoriness. It is kind of exhausting if you only eat Mexican food like over and over again, but I think that's true for everything, right? But yeah, I love American Mexican, and I love like traditional Mayan Mexican or like authentic Mexican food. It's all like so good to me. I do like Indian food too. Japanese food. A lot of the Asian countries really know what they're doing with their their flavors. Of course, the lobby that I want to watch is the one that doesn't fill up. But I guess this can turn into an impromptu food discussion. Mexican less now because I love a spicy food, but my acid reflux won't let me eat spicy food anymore until I get it in check. That's unfortunate to hear. Okay, quarterfinals 4 is filling up there. We'll hop in. Yeah, I mean, if you have bad acid reflux, you definitely don't want to eat Mexican food, right? All right, in this lobby, we've got Mezameru, Jira, Obeid, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Thomas Wang, T, Waterell, and Beto Kos. So we have 2 tournament champions in here, right? I don't know if we have more than 2. But I know we have at least 2. And it'll be interesting to see which 3 players get knocked out here. Stop my custom music. We'll say goodbye to Twitch chat. Thanks for hanging out. Focus on this game. And when I'm playing, I like to do this for good luck. Since we can't watch anyone do that, I'll do it myself. Okay, let's change the music manually. All right. Bug and grass poison opener potentially from Jira right here. Got an Eevee pickup from Thomas Wang. A Meryl evolution from T. Waterell. Nothing yet, but potentially a grass chestpin opener. I mean, Miracle Seed and a water. Mystic Water could be Green Orb. Fighting human. Their TM is disable. Not very useful. And we've got ground digging from Beto Kos. And I'm actually going to be right back real quick. I need to get some more water. We'll spectate. Let's spectate most recent champion of this lobby, Waterell. I will be right back. All right. All right, Waterell electing to go full bench instead of and money for that first interest bump. That's something that I don't really do, but perhaps because they haven't found like a solid early game lead yet. Well, no, they do have fighting and human. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason in terms of like odds of getting more evolutions. It's just 1 gold, right? It's not that big of a deal. Got Ice 2 and a Piloswine, but no ground for digging. And then we've got bugs, but no poison and no evolutions. I think I'd prefer just to see. Actually, yeah, you can't hit poison 3 with just 3 units, right? At least not with a Spinarak. That's fine. And Thomas is going for babies. Babies is pretty safe with a Fossil Stone start, because like even if you miss on getting the exact baby that you want, which again you should be flexible. But like let's say you get oh, my game is starting to lag a bit. Let's say you get a Snivy, which has Grass Field. That's hard to work with a lot of teams, right? But you throw, I don't know, a Firestone on that, and suddenly it's going to work with a lot more team. That's just one example. That's not necessarily going to be the right play. And I think I got to close my game. I don't know why it's lagging suddenly. So, you know what? We are going to be right back once more. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, we're back. Hopefully that will fix things. Yeah, I'm not really sure why that happens. I think something to do with like having too many assets loaded at once, and then I don't know. It's not a big deal though. It just takes a few seconds to fix. All right, Water L with a solid human fighting angle. Perhaps they are going for that top 4 fighting strategy. We've got ground digging here, 2 fully dug holes, but nothing significant yet, right? Yeah, only 31 gold. No eggs from Thomas yet. That's unfortunate, getting stacked up to 70%. Let's see if that goes over 100% or if they're able to get their egg right now. As they lose 2 water dragons. And let's take a look at our ad picks. Nothing too significant. I guess there is a baby unit added. But not the most impactful units here. Thomas missing the eggs. Very unfortunate. But you know what? They still at least have a solid loss streak going on. That's probably more money than anyone else in the game. Nope, the win streak players are doing better. But that might not be true after next round, right? But yeah, 110% egg chance is definitely not what you want to see in a tournament quarterfinals. We've got a deep sea tooth slam from Water L here. That's an item that I feel like I must underutilize. Because I almost never do that unless maybe if I have a horsey and I have no better items to build. But we know Water L is a very competent psychic player, and perhaps this is like some kind of psychic human angle that they're angling here. The pickup for a tyrant pickup, and we do know that there has been 1 fossil rock unit added. They're slamming Shell Bell Sticky Barbs, so we might see that Flavor of the Month Tyranitar build once again. And hopefully we don't see a disaster like the last game with Crisp. Yeah, that could very likely be what Water L is angling here. They're almost set up for the exact items that you want on that Tyranitar. And this Deep Sea Tooth could go on something like a Soul Rock or Lunatone, which, you know, just cast to support that Tyranitar. So definitely something cool that Water L could do. If you hear noises, I just banged my water bottle against my microphone stand. Thomas is already level 6. I think they wanted that extra security just to beat Gyarados. Yeah, I think they should be fine. This might be bad if Gyarados happens to do a line and knocks out the Azurill. But with 6 units, I think they should be fine. We've got Bug 4 from Jira. I'm not entirely sure what they're angling here. But I would not be comfortable running Bugs in a tournament semifinals, that's for sure. Bug can definitely do some pretty nice things in the early to mid game, but around like stage 16, it really starts to fall off. And if your end game plan is Bug 8, not going to pick it back up. Alright, we've got 2 Magikarps and Aquatic and Water, as well as Dragon from Obaid. Call them Obaid. And apologies if you're watching this and that's wrong. Waterel missing the portal, which is very unfortunate. And not electing to go into either of these. Rather take their chances with their current region and a random selection. See what they get. They're not picking anything yet. The suspense is killing me. Okay, they got a fossil. Not the greatest, but you know, dragon and fossil and rock works well with Tyrant. Probably not too unhappy about that, but it's not ideal. There's definitely some better options, but definitely not the worst. I'd be pretty happy if that's what I got from my random selection. And we've got Scyther. Jira is continuing to work with bugs. I think it's gonna easily win this fight. Yeah, it should easily win this fight. I mean, there's just so many more units, right? And good items on a stronger unit. Scyther is a pretty solid unit. But we'll see how that fares in the late game. Thomas switching off to full electric. They're running Morpeko with a protective pads. I think Morpeko needs a little bit more than that, but perhaps it's not too far from stabilizing. Mezameru doing quite well with Velcrit and Soldu. And we've got an ice team here, which for now it probably still loses to this team. But in the late game, I could see Mezameru struggling to beat Betokos. The Dragon Water build continues, hitting Aquatic 6 with 6 units, thanks to the new Sliggoo distribution. But they aren't Dragon 5 yet, which isn't great. Might still be enough to win this round, especially with that nice Seadra snipe. Gonna be close. Nope, it's not that close. Okay, I gotta change the music before we listen to this song for too long once again. This song is a classic. Okay, we've got a lot of hatches from Thomas after, failing to hit a bunch of them in the early game. But it's going to take a while for them to evolve, and I'm not sure which ones really fit in with his current team. He could potentially angle like Dark 3 and, Electric Stone on the, or Thunderstone on the Sandile. But for now, I think it might be a little bit tough. Hopes Thomas is able to stabilize soon. And Waterel, so far, not able to find the units that they need to, get that solid Larvitar going. But they've still got resources, a good amount of health, a good amount of money. The Lost Streak is just going to increase that. And we've got T also playing Electric here, contesting Thomas. And unfortunately not being able to overcome the defensive units from Waterel's team. That does end Waterel's loss streak, but hey, more health mitigated is good for her. And Thomas, just barely able to take down that Piloswine. Zamero continuing their win streak, going for a traditional water team and probably just going to give up on this Gyarados, which I think is a good play. Check the ad picks. Any interesting forecasts? We do have nothing too stand out. We do have 2 electric light units. So that could definitely help out both T and Thomas. depending on how they want to utilize it. I don't know where the light spot is this game. But one thing that I do notice about T's team is that they don't have a lot of damage. They have a lot of good items on the Chinchu, but Chinchu is not that great of a unit in terms of stats. It only has 2 range. Its attack damage stat isn't too high. It's relatively slow, so it's not working out as a carry. Obviously, it's not going to make too much of a difference what those items are against this very strong level 7 Water 6 team. But the answer is definitely not that Chinchu, which has now been sold. Those items are now going onto Tapu Koko, who is a much better unit for those items, boasting much better stats, very high speed, and you know, it's going to be a staple. It's just going to sit back and attack. That's all you want it to do. All right, we've got PvE round. Let's see how Waterell's doing with their Larvitar acquisition. They've got 1. They really want to get a Pupitar before they make that item swap over. And Thomas winning his last 2 rounds, which is nice. They've got Dark 3 and Electric 5, which makes this Morpeko a very strong unit. Morpeko in the past has been like a unit that was worth pivoting your entire team around. It's not like that anymore, but it is still very strong. I mean, I guess you could pivot your entire team around Morpeko. But it's not going to be like a guaranteed coast to the late game, right? But yeah, Thomas is definitely making good use of it. The crits are going to be a little weak against this rock team, at least the rock targets. But Morpeko is still really strong. It's got the protective pads ready for that sticky barbs. Still not doing too much damage, but eventually it's able to knock down that Larvitar. Once that becomes a Pupitar, that might not be the case. But good itemization from Thomas covering his bases, knowing that he'll eventually have to overcome this sticky barbs unit. So what I'm talking about, if you're not familiar, is that Sticky Barbs does retaliation damage. It deals true damage based on defenses, which works really well with Rock, and it works really well with Monster, allowing the Larvitar to heal off of the units that knock themselves out, hitting it. But this retaliation damage is negated if you have a protective pads on the unit attacking it. The protective pads, not only does it deal double damage to shields, let's ignore that part for now, but it protects from recoil damage and retaliation effects, allowing the Morpeko to freely smash the Larvitar with its little hamster paws. It, however, not strong enough to overcome this very, very powerful Scyther with scaling items and healing. Bug 6 doing very well in the mid game for Jira over here. And perhaps in a 7-player lobby where a bunch of players are fighting to stabilize, perhaps it's actually enough to earn a pretty comfortable top 4. We've already got Ice 8 from Bedokos. They are at level 8 at round 17, which is fairly early level 8. And they have used all their money to do it, but their team is looking quite solid. Not too much damage yet, but a very tanky Arctivish. Power Lens can definitely mess around with this player's water team, Mizumeru. If their Sobble attacks the Arctivish, which it's not really positioned for just yet, but in the late game, perhaps if they do try to position the Power Lens to target that Sobble's ability, which is now a Drizzile, by the way, be very devastating for Mizumeru. But so far, the Drizzile is hitting what it needs to. One glide across the Arctivish knocks out a third of its HP, and then another knocks it out completely. But it's not enough because everything else is still dealing damage. Another round 1 for, well, the Ghost of Mesomeru. Thomas not looking too great. There is the light spot, but it doesn't look like T is making use of it. They do have 2 batteries, but still just not enough damage coming out of this team. Obeid is able to get to Aquatic 8 on 8 units. Dragon 5 and Water 6 as well. Very solid. And looks like they were able to get the Gyarados after all. I can't remember, but I thought they had dropped that. Perhaps not. I think maybe that was another player. Might have been Mesomeru. Beto Coast losing a round to this more AD-oriented water team, or I guess it's Aquatic that does true damage, and then this Seadra, which does both AD and AP damage. Jira starting to lose a couple rounds. Bugs naturally countered by Monster. And Mesomeru is just sitting very comfortably in first place with such an early Drizzile. They've also got a Water Happiny. So already moving on to 2 Ultras at this point in the game. That's 4 Ultras that they've picked up. Very, very comfortable spot to be in for Mesomeru. Yeah, so some precarious spots for some of these players. I don't know if both our defending champions... I guess they're not defending champions anymore. But I don't know if either of these champions are going to make it past. I think Waterell's in a pretty good spot. Thomas. Soon the Krokorok will evolve. I don't know how this matchup fares against a lot of these teams. Perhaps they'll be able to burst down the Drizzile in the future if this player doesn't position around, but there's still a very solid front line of tanky, defensive, and pretty strong ability. Like, Relicanth has a really strong single target ability. It lands it on the Morpeko. Could be pretty devastating for Thomas. They're able to get an Arceus, which is an electric, dark, artificial Arceus. Wonder if there's some kind of cool Dark 5 Artificial 4 angle that Thomas could get into. They'll probably need some stones, but that could be really cool. Ooh, another Lugia pickup. Looks like Jira is starting to pivot off of their bug team. And I think they might be leaning more into flying, which I don't know if it's going to cut it with these items, but if they're just aiming for top 4, it could be definitely a solid angle. For now, it looks like they might just not have enough to overcome this aquatic team. The aquatic wave is absolutely devastating against bugs because the aquatic wave doesn't care like how many units you have. That wave is hitting everyone and dealing true damage to everyone. So not something you want to see if you're playing bugs. Mesomeru losing their first round against the Ice team, like I said. Ice is going to be a hard matchup for Water in the late game. Especially with the Power Lens, but it's also possible that this player gets knocked out by someone else. I don't see a lot of protection from crit and fast attack speed like this electric team or perhaps Thomas's electric team. Wait, this is an electric team. Sorry. I saw the Kilowattrel and just immediately assumed it was T, who unfortunately just got knocked out of the game. Great tournament run by T. And now this Lugia is getting focused down by Ice, but it's able to cast 2 more times. But as soon as it casts on this Arctovish, I think it might be dead. Or not even. Close fight there. Waterell is hanging on by maybe 1 or 2 more rounds. Same with Thomas. Also same with Jira, who is now at flying 8. A very quick transition from that bug team to flying. Is it enough? Flying can have some pretty bad matchups against aquatic. Does pretty well against ice. And these ones can be a toss-up. I think it struggles a bit against rock because of rock's just natural high defenses. But you never know. Alright, Thomas is able to get to Dark 5. Very nice, utilizing some electric stones. I really like what they're doing here. If they're able to evolve this Poniard, I think they have a very solid team. I'm not sure if it's enough to not place below top 4, but it's very possible. There it is. There is a Bisharp. Let's see how this fares. Alright, Flying versus Electric. Not a bad matchup for Flying. But not a lot of AD items for this Flying team. I don't know if they have enough burst to knock down a lot of these really strong and dangerous units. Morpeko is about to lose its first life, but it still hangs on. Hanging on with 3 HP, nothing is targeting it down, and Thomas is able to make it to the top 4. Unfortunate for Waterell, they get knocked out with a Tyranitar against Beto Ice team. I wish I saw that fight, because look how much damage the Tyranitar was doing with true damage. My guess is that it got frozen. That's one of Tyranitar's biggest weaknesses when you build it like this. Without any Rune Protect, a lot of statuses can just absolutely shred through the Tyranitar. And yeah, this ice team, you know, once it freezes that Tyranitar, it's not going to be doing too much, unfortunately. All right. But well done by Thomas for really stabilizing their team just enough to be able to hang on to top 4. Despite that unlucky baby start. There's 1 round away for both Jira and look how close this is. 0 HP, 0 HP, 0 HP. Exact lethal for all of these players. 1 round away from each other. An extremely close battle for 4th place from these players. Honestly, well done to all of them. Unfortunate how that turned out for both Jira and Waterell. Alright, let's see if... I think there's a rock, paper, scissors situation here. I think Beto will beat Mezumeru's team. But Mezumeru will beat Aubade. And if they knock Aubade out before they knock Beto out, that might actually cost them this round. Obviously doesn't matter because we're playing for top 4. But if this was the finals, what I would do if I was Mezumeru is actually just lose rounds on purpose so that Aubade can survive, knock out Beto for you because aquatic naturally counters ice. And then once Beto is out of the game, that's when you turn your team back on and you let your very solid water team with now going for double Sobble, you let that team take out Aubade, because Mezumeru has the HP to survive a couple rounds lost, right? But we'll see. Maybe they don't even need to do that because Beto might just get knocked out here anyways. Like, look at this. 2 Sobbles. Even with a power lens, neither of them are getting taken down, especially with that shiny charm. Well, it's actually kind of close. I don't think this is enough, though. Ends up not being necessary, at least for that round. But they do hang out with 2 HP. And maybe, just maybe, Beto can do something to stabilize against a water team. Going for Rock 2 for some reason. So, like, it seems like a very empty list of synergies. But look at this. 2 Drizziles fully itemized out. they should be fine. This might be a bit of a trickier lineup. Ooh, some bad casts from those Drizzles, both hitting the Arctovish and taking a lot of damage. Beidou is actually able to win this round. All players get 15 more HP. I think that just helps Mezumeru, because as we approach the later stages of the game, Beidou is still only on 1 life, right? 15 HP is not going to be enough. So as long as Mezumeru gets 1 lucky fight, even if they lose against Beidou 80% of the time, they just need to hit that 20% chance once, and they'll win this lobby. But I really do like what Beidou has done, especially with the power lens on a fossil unit. That's going to be when the fossil unit revives. Like, let's say it gets 1 shot, even through all of its high special defense. If it gets 1 shot, it'll actually just revive as a fossil, right? It'll gain 40% of its max HP as shields, allowing it to basically survive 2 1-shots. And you see that? The power lens hitting this thing. These Drizzles are taking a lot of damage. 1 more cast and that power lens knocks out the second Drizzile. And this Blastoise very slowly walks up, casts its ability, does so much damage with that single target, 600% attack damage, dealing projectile. That's another round 1. So like I said, if I was Mezumeru, it was potentially the right play just to sack a few rounds to Obeid, so that Obeid could knock Beidou out. But then again, Mezumeru just needs 1 lucky round. 1 lucky round where the Drizzile, where the Arctovish moves away from Drizzile's projectile line, and it's able to wipe out most of Beidou team before they go down. Or perhaps we'll just see the ice counter win. Mezumeru does have more gold than Beidou, so they might be incentivized to just hold on to their money and spend it down when they really need to. But that's not always the case, right? Sometimes you actually just want to spend down immediately so you can knock them out before they get even stronger. It's hard to say, but honestly, I think just hope for a lucky matchup. I would be like moving my Drizzles around, maybe put them in the center or something. You don't have to put them both at the same spot. I think they might be hitting that Arctovish again. Can't tell if that time it did. Got 1 shot by itself. Another cast, yeah. Okay, there we go, some repositioning here. You still got a treasure box that's unopened. I haven't really been paying attention to what that treasure box actually holds. Beidou has an unheld ice stone. And I'm wondering if they could swap out one of their units for a better one, just to utilize that ice stone. Like, this Vanillish isn't really providing much. But perhaps projectiles are good against the Drizzile? It's hard to say. Maybe the range so that it stays in place. I think these Drizziles are not going to hit the Arctovish this time. Which is not what you want if you're Beidou. That time they did. But a bunch of units already knocked out. I don't think it's enough, though. There we go. Like I said. Look at the match history. They really needed to just let Obeid win 1 more round. But it's also possible that Beidou just beats Obeid's team. It is a high AD water team, and the aquatic like negates a lot of the freezing. I think this team still beats the ice team. Regardless, we've got an Inteleon now. Let's see if that's enough to make a difference. Not positioned great. I think Inteleon's just more likely to one-shot itself than 2 Drizziles are. But, and also these items. The items that got put onto the Inteleon are not the ideal items. Yeah, that's just like even worse than having 2 Drizziles. I think Beidouko stole this win away from Mezumeru with the counter matchup. Mezumeru concedes and sells all their units to the PvE round. But still, very well played by Mezumeru. Doesn't matter that they got second and not first. But if this was the tournament finals, it would have been a huge blunder. All right. The Ditto, Teddiursa, Wimpod, Gibble get eaten by some legendaries. Alright, guys. I have not done this much talking for a really long time, and my voice is starting to give. So I'm going to go grab myself like a Halls and rest my throat a little bit. We're moving on to the semifinals. We'll hop into a semifinals game once I'm back and once they start. We'll be right back. Enjoy some more music. All right. We've got 2 semifinal brackets. Ooh, it looks like a lot of players got knocked out in that last round. We've lost Tort, we lost Waterell, Vimper. Yeah, unfortunate for those players, but well done. Great tournament run for all of you. So we've got 2 games. First person in chat who picks one of these lobbies will go with that game. So anyone in chat have a preference in what we spectate? That Kirby Lover says lobby number 2. We'll go with lobby number 2. And I've got a Halls in my mouth, so I'll try to not make too many mouth noises, but apologies to anyone who's sensitive about that. Try my best not to. Yeah, this should be a pretty exciting game. Got Burp, Thomas Wang, Monty, Pierce. You know, Tug, who's been in multiple tournament finals. Ruha, Princip, Dick. Be gentle, please. Screen blank. Spectate both and split screen. That is an option, but I'd rather just do a single lobby and focus on that. And lobby 2 is underway, so I will not be split screening. I'm sorry, Eli. Yeah, it would be exciting to see someone who's, you know, never really, you know, made it too far in a tournament to win. But I mean, I gotta hope that Thomas wins because he's my Canadian brother, and we gotta prove that Canada's the best country when it comes to Pokemon Auto Chess. And don't worry, I will manage the jukebox properly this time. All right, I'm sick. Be gentle, please. Monty, Burp, Ruha, Thomas Wang, Hug, Pierce, and Princip. I believe it's French. Princip. I'll just say Princip. Sorry if that's wrong. We got ground digging from Monty. We got an EV pickup from Thomas. Went pretty well for them last game, despite only placing fourth. But utilizing the fossil stones to really shape out their electric team worked out well. And my game is freezing again, but I think we're okay. Doll lived there. A Sliggoo. And some more ground digging. Alright, so we've got a grass opener from Tug here. Potentially an amorphous game coming from Pierce. Alright, we've got Princip, who's digging the front with his ground units, and then Monty, who's digging the back. Personally, if I have the intention of going all the way with ground, I'd like to start with the back row. But perhaps if Princip ends up outplacing Monty, my opinions will be changed. Also evolving a Lairon. Lairon is a unit that I've been finding very underwhelming, even when itemized. These are some very strong items, so it's definitely likely to win a few rounds. I find it that even when you do this, sometimes it's just too slow and the ability just doesn't do enough. I don't know, maybe Princip has got something working here, and I'll be proven wrong. Got double green orb already from Tug. That means it's very likely to be a full grass commit here. There's just too much stats and damage coming out of these evolved ground units, especially with the Soul Dew. So that first round is unfortunately going to go Monty for Tug. And Thomas Wang electing to go normal, which is a very solid early game comp, capable of winning even without items. We'll see if they stick to that or just use that for an early game win streak. And if my game keeps freezing during the PvE round, I will close it out and reload once again. Apologies for that. Seems to happen when I spectate Thomas a lot. Maybe I just won't watch you, Thomas. Alright, we've got no synergies here, but a bunch of solid items. And we've got Aquatic 2. And pardon me as I will briefly mute myself. Sorry about that. Shoutouts to my girlfriend who just brought me some hot ginger tea with honey and lemon in it. Exactly what I need to continue this casting. And the ground digging continues as we hit not ground 4, but ground 3 with rock and monster support. And yeah, like I said, this Lairon you'd think would be really strong, but it lost to looks like it lost to I'm 6 Aquatic team. Yeah, I mean they have some really strong items. The King's Rock, especially in the early game, is so strong. Especially on like a frontline unit with a big AoE ability. And compare Charmeleon to the Lairon, who has a much higher speed stat, so it's likely casting sooner. It does 60 damage to everything around it versus I believe it's 30 on Lairon, and it's also there's like additional damage, but that damage is conditional, and usually it's not going to do anything, especially against a Charmander. Yes, 30 increased with ability power, but still just scales much slower than Charmeleon in that condition. With only 100 HP, usually not doing that much extra damage. Regardless, though, it's still a solid team from Principe. They've already gotten their first gem, which is a flying gem. See if that comes into play. That's usually not best gem to get. This grass team has a lot of healing, but not a lot of damage. So this time, Lairon's actually able to shine pretty well. Win Principe a round relatively comfortably as they continue to dig. Ooh, Thomas going for a Nullify Bandana. I really like this item. Combined with the Soul Dew, that's going to allow this Herdier to do so much damage instead of casting that relatively weak ability Retaliate. So Nullify Bandana basically silences your units, but you still gain PP and ability power from like items and whatnot. But instead of improving your ability, you just gain extra shield and extra special damage on your attacks. And with normal 5, Thomas is going to have a lot of extra shields. We'll see if it's enough to get through this Graveler. Monty's team has been doing pretty well, but like look how much damage this Herdier is doing with every attack. And there's still so much shields that Monty has to burn through, and he's just not able to. Very comfortable win streak from Thomas. They aren't the richest at this point, but I mean, I would take a full win streak for just like, I don't know, 10 gold behind, 20 gold behind the player in last place, as well as a 40 HP differential. Like, very solid spot for Thomas to be in. This does mean, though, if he wants to drop down to normal 3, he will lose the Nullify Bandana, so you really need to stay at normal 5. Unless you do a full team pivot, like what we might see here. Electing to go for Psychic. I wonder if they're trying to pick up Chimecho. Because we all know Chimecho's power from that game we watched previously. There's also a bunch of really solid Psychic units like Uxie. Uxie especially. Wordeer can do some... Not Wordeer. Stantler can do some cool things. The Lottie duo, very solid. And Thomas is in a pretty good spot for even like, what is that guy called? Cosmog game? Let's see the ad picks. Nothing too stand out this time. We do see our usual Amorphous ads. There's a few Rock ads. The Natu can be very strong in Psychic teams for sure. But overall, nothing too stand out to me this time. Just taking a sip of tea during portals. Ooh, we got an Iron Thorns. I really like this unit. I still haven't really gotten a chance to use it, but every time I see it, it does some really cool stuff. Even against me, unfortunately. Got some ice. I don't really... This is like the only Ice T10 that I'm quite negative about. Got some really solid units. Like even Delibird. There's some stuff you can do with Delibird. But overall, Ice doesn't really care too much for unit quality. Because the T20s are like even better than the T10s. Regardless, ooh, we got a Great Tusk, and Great Tusk is a unit that I've really struggled with. So If you don't know, I was doing like a synergy challenge where I was winning with every single synergy one after the other. And when I got to ground, it seemed like every game that I actually hit a ground portal, I would get Great Tusk. And at that time, everyone was playing Aquatic because of the Gumi distribution. And what would happen is that Great Tusk casts its ability, runs into the middle, surrounding itself in an with enemy units, and the Aquatic Wave comes, pushing all of my other units away, and then everything just turns on the Great Tusk and kills it. And that would literally happen every single fight. So I have a sour spot with Mr. Great Tusk here. That being said, I still think it's a solid unit. I just had some very unfortunate luck over a long span of games. Ooh, we've got Thomas doing some unknown shenanigans. Haven't really tried this style of Psychic in a while. I know it's a lot harder to pull off with Psychic being, just harder to get the levels that you want. But maybe Thomas can make it work. He's a very competent player. Not competent enough to beat Great Tusk, unfortunately. But I don't think he was looking to win these rounds. They're expecting to have a loss streak. They do some cool unknown shenanigans. All right. Ice 4, Amorphous 3. Is there another ice player, or is it just Pierce? This one as well, but they're only Ice 2. They're going for Mantine, which they've already hit. See if they have the very strong Mantine item set. Ooh, Spell Crit. Not the worst, but not exactly what I like, because Mantine does sometimes put itself in some pretty poor positions. And without the extra protection and healing from items like Foldu, which allows it to cast sooner and escape, or a Shell Bell, which gives it healing, or even like a Muscle Band to give it like some scaling defenses, Mantine can get bursted down. It's still a very solid tanky unit, and this is very likely to do well. So nothing exactly wrong with this build, just not the ideal build in my opinion. See if there's... Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Balls in my mouse is starting to break apart, so I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Okay, we'll see if anyone has like Rocky Helmet and high special defense to counter this. But the nice thing about Mantine is that it's hitting multiple targets usually, so usually need more than just one Rocky Helmet. All right, we've got Steel 6, Artificial 4, some very solid items for Artificial. Steel. Excuse me. I really like Flame Orb and Magmarizer. And Clang, like I said before, it's one of Artificial's only 3-range units, and it doesn't have the best offensive stats. It can work with a lot of items. I'm going to change the music because it's getting a little repetitive. But again, this is not the best carry for Artificial, and we'll see if Ruha is able to find a better carry. Is basically what Artificial needs the most. Artificial games. Overall, this lobby is pretty even in terms of HP. No one's really breaking far ahead of the pack. But we do see a bit of HP struggles from both Burp and Thomas. I'm sure Thomas is aware that he was probably going to lose a couple rounds going Psychic. Not something I would go for, but perhaps Thomas knows some cool strategies that I don't. He already has the Psychic Stone ready, or Dawn Stone ready to throw on that Smeargle. And Smeargle can be a very, very powerful carry combination with another very good unit. I wonder if they were trying to do something cool with this Alolan Meowth and like stealing some gold from people. Ooh, Happiny can be a great Psychic Stone holder as well. See if he sells this Espeon just yet. Doesn't look like it. Going for Unknown P to spawn a bunch of bugs. Let's see how this goes. Ooh, bunched up against a Mantine is not what you want to be. With no defensive items, really. And his team gets shredded very quickly. Smeargle does steal a gold, which is nice. The extra bugs are coming in, but they all just get one shot by Mantine's ability cast. Another gold stolen. Can we get one more? No, we cannot. Yeah, that was a pretty bad loss to the player in last place. So I think there's going to be some critical stabilization needed on Thomas's end. I don't think he's too far off from it. But if I was Thomas, I would be panicking. I'm not the most comfortable Psychic player. Okay, we got counter here. That's a pretty good TM for Psychic, but there's not really any Psychic human frontline units, which is the big problem with that TM. You also need a lot of defensive items to support it. And Thomas has none. But he is stealing people's gold, which is funny. Could be a crab mentality thing, you know? I might be going down, but so are you. You're giving me your gold while you knock me out of the game. That was a weird effect we just saw there. Ooh, and a ace player? That's not good for a Psychic. We've got Grass 7 from Tug here. That should be a pretty stable spot. Grass does do pretty well against Steel, but we actually saw this Steel team beat Tug just a round ago. Wish I saw what happened there, but perhaps Tug did not reach Grass 7 just then. And it's a lot of power coming from this Iron Thorns, who's also able to get quite tanky, especially with Rock Synergy. Its ability allows it to gain HP. And sometimes Grass just lacks the scaling that some teams are able to do. There's that Spell Crit Mantine, once again, just absolutely shredding through teams. Taking about half damage there, but it's doing what it needs to in the mid-game, just absolutely shredding through enemy teams. A lot of digging coming out from Principe. Almost 2 whole rows. But their match history is looking a little shaky. With 39 HP, you do want to stabilize pretty soon, especially considering a lot of these other players are going to be stabilizing soon. Monty also almost digging 2 full rows. I've been paying attention oh, Torkoal. That is my guy. If I'm playing ground, I always want to see Torkoal, and I never want to see Great Tusk. And some really good items on Monty's end. Let's see Principe's items. Also solid. I don't really like the Razor Fang as much. I know Green Orb was kind of struggling in ground during the boom of wild players, but I think now it's a very solid items. And here's Steel beating ground. It's without any monster support and only 1 Green Orb. I don't see how ground can beat Steel at this current stage of the game. In the late game, that's going to be a different story once ground hits monster, but You know, if Ruha is able to get like Steel 8, Artificial 6, it's still going to be an uphill battle for ground, I think. It really depends on how well your Rhydon casts or your Groudon casts. But if you don't hit Rhydon or Groudon or both, then it could really be a disaster for you in the late game. All right, let's see what Thomas is up to. He's definitely bolstered his front line a lot, but still no defensive items. He's instead opting for Happiny to be his main source of defenses, which does work quite well against Steel. But is it fast enough? Like, where is his damage source, right? Even if he's able to do a good amount of shield generation to match the Steel damage output, what on his team is going to be actually strong enough to take down those actually kind of bulky Steel artificial units, right? Like, this guy has 200 HP, rock synergy, 28 defenses, 16 special defenses. It's gaining HP on every cast. I don't know. Maybe there's enough there. I'm excited to see. All right, as I said, Tug at Grass 7 has really stabled out and come out on top as we enter into the late game. We'll see if he is able to maintain that with a good legendary. He's got some good AP items and a lot of healing. And that might actually be better in this lobby outside of this ice matchup. Ice does struggle against grass regardless, because ice usually just lacks damage, period. We do have this guy. It's okay. He can target some backline grass units. Not enough PP generation, I think, for it to really be impactful, but we never know. Got Virizion. Still no solid carry. I think your best bet now is to get a Roselia or even a Roserade and throw those AP items on it. And with enough green orbs, that might be good enough this time. All right, we've got Flying 8 from Burp. That's really exciting. Flying 8, something we rarely see. Grass does pretty good against flying usually, because like, look at how much healing this Maractus is getting. But there's no damage on this grass team, and once the units start to fall, like, it's just not enough healing, right? The green orbs start to disappear. That flying team actually beat the grass team quite comfortably, honestly. Thomas winning around. Let's actually spectate his game. Unfortunately, I'm sick. Wonder if they... Looks like they disconnected. That's an unfortunate end to your turning run. Very well done to make it to semifinals, but we're sorry that you had to go out that way. Principe definitely starting to struggle. He has gotten one Rhyhorn. Let's see if he's able to evolve that to a Rhydon. And the Groudon is also a nice pickup. I would definitely craft this Flame Orb and throw it onto something. It's actually a totally fine item, even when it's unprotected. Here's the Steel team that I was saying that Thomas might struggle against. So far, a lot of shield generation. His damage is starting to disappear, but this Xatu is going to be a pain for this Mewtwo to get through, and just so much shield generation from Smeargle and Chansey. Actually going to work out just fine for Thomas, proving me wrong. Let's go, Canada. Now we've got Flying 6. Flying 6, a Water 4. Such an interesting team. Wonder how it's going to look at the end of the game. Starting to get some sound scaling from this grass team. Ice being your standard Ice 8 team, picking up a solid frontline unit in Regice. And yeah, this artificial team definitely looks scary, but I don't know if it has enough punch just yet. Perhaps they need to get Steel 8, which they can do once they hit level 9. But they're out of gold, so I don't know if they'll have time for that. Monty holding on as Princip gets knocked out. Contesting each other definitely didn't help either of their games, but I really like Landorus as a legendary. It's tanky and high damage dealing and utilizes a lot of good backline items like these. Let's see if it's enough for Monty to survive this round. Unfortunately, no, it is not. And Monty is also knocked out of the tournament. Rest in peace, both ground players. But hey, the backline digger made it further than the frontline digger. So, there's that. We've got a Rhydon from Thomas Wang. He's the one that stole all the Rhydons from these two ground players. And even if Rhydon has no place with these synergies, still just a solid tank, and it deals good damage with every auto attack. You always have the chance of it knocking out a unit in a single hit. It's just a very solid unit overall. And supported by Chansey and Smeargle, giving it a ton of shields. Like, it's going to be a hard unit to take down. We'll see if Thomas is able to get some monster stacks with it using that ad pick in, what is it called? Elegem? Oh, it's actually not in this game. He got one from an unknown W earlier. But unfortunately, he sold it, so there's not going to be Monster 2, at least not until he levels up further. Ooh, and his damage dealers have been knocked out, so it's just Smeargle and Chansey and this guy, Kadabra. It's not enough, but guess what? Everyone here has made it to top 4. Ruha has unfortunately been knocked out with this really cool Steel Artificial team. Just lacking consistent damage, it looks like. Mewtwo not going to cut it. And Poniard being unevolved. Great run from Ruha. Great effort. Somehow Thomas has wiggled their way with this Psychic team. I tip my hat to you. And I hope you can actually win this lobby, because that would be sick. Thomas is going for some unknown Ws. A little worried about his team's power against these guys, but it isn't like the Marowak round, so I think he should be fine. Ooh, no, he should be fine. Victini did a lot of damage there. And I saw Heavy Duty Boots. I didn't see what other items were there, but honestly, Heavy Duty Boots is fine on Victini. Just giving a little bit more power, a little bit more defense. Spell Crit Ice. Classic Grass, Flora, and Sound. And this team, this is the one that I would love to see win, just because of how, like, the confidence to just play Flying 8 in tournament semifinals against, like, Grass. I guess there's no aquatic players this game. But against Grass, like, that is brave, and it's working out okay. I don't know if they're going to win this round, but they have won a few rounds in the past. Don't think it's going to happen this time. But still, that's like, props to you, Burp, for playing Flying 8. Thomas going for the Infinite Shield Psychic team. Going pretty well. Able to beat everyone so far except for Tug's Grass team, which might be the game-winning team. Like, look, 4 green orbs now. 4 green orbs and a lot of ability power on the Thwackey, supported by an additional Grookey. A lot of really nice stuff for this Grass team. All right, here's Ice versus Grass, a matchup that's very favored for Grass in my opinion, but Ice does at least wall off a lot of this Thwackey's damage potential, but it does not wall off the scaling that the Thwackey is able to provide, and it just doesn't do enough damage to out-damage the healing that Grass gets. Like, look how big this Thwackey is. Look how big this Maractus is. It's in the front line. It shouldn't be healing this much, but it is, because Ice just doesn't do any damage to Grass. Thomas and Fierce are knocked out, but they both qualify for the finals, so great job to both of them. And it's now a matchup between flying and grass. I think flying, unfortunately, just does not have enough against grass's healing. But hey, flying in second place, that's pretty much a first place, right? Never know. Maybe this Fletchinder is able to get like a really nice ability cast off and like target the exact unit it needs to target. But this is just so much healing. Double Thwacky. You can't escape the double Thwacky no matter how much you nerf this unit. Its passive is just way too good. And yeah, every Flora unit that just comes in as well is just eating away those flying dive bombs. It just does not do enough damage. Like, look at the damage charts. 3627 is not enough for this 2,722 healing grass team. But a great effort by Burp. Well played by Tug. And well played by everyone. Sorry that I'm Sick had to drop out, it looks like. But yeah, great game. You know, if I'm Sick actually did somehow get to level 6, they would have had a Rock 2, Fossil 2, so that's saying something. They picked consistently with... Their RNG picked consistently with their T10 and T20. Regardless, we're moving on to the finals. How long have I been streaming for? 5 hours? Doesn't feel like it. I've been having fun. Looks like room 1 isn't done just yet, so we can take a quick peek at what's going on here. Ooh, we can see who got knocked out. Lilac, Aubade, Beatrice, and Arisan got knocked out. Beidokos, Strong Dunk, Mezumeru, and That's What You Think qualifying. And we see once again our flavor of the month. Okay, sorry, let me pause my music. We see the flavor of the month Tyranitar build doing really well. And this time they're using Cursula as an alternate win condition, and then we've got light carry Xerneas. I love these kind of builds. This is what I did to win Light Synergy when I was doing my Synergy challenge, like something kind of similar to this, not exactly. And it was just so much fun. I really like that this kind of team is really starting to shine with the new Sunstones and like triple Sunstone that's 15 HP per 2 seconds, like Grass 5. And yeah, a pretty close fight, but I think That's What You Think, or I'm pretty sure that's Agent Avocado is going to win this one out. Not enough statuses to really shut down that Tyranitar, and even if you do, guess what? Xerneas is scaled up. You gotta watch out for Cursula's curses. I also love in tournaments when we get to the finals, everyone's invested in who's winning, and you just see everyone show up on the spectate bar. That's always really fun. Ooh, this seems to be a good matchup for Manaphy, stealing a lot of special defense on that Tyranitar, but it's not enough. Xerneas is like, hello, and just taps that Manaphy on the back and it dies. Wow, Tyranitar, Sticky Barb. We've seen that like twice from Avo now, I think. Maybe even 3 times. I think we've only spectated twice. But if you look at their match history, it's like almost only Tyranitar reroll. They're representing Tyranitar there. If they're able to win with it, like, we gotta tip our hats to that. But here we go. We're about to enter the tournament finals, and I just realized I never closed my Twitch chat, but that's okay. We were just watching the last bits of that game. Turn the music on temporarily. And yeah, here's our finals bracket. I think both Thomas and Burp have won in the past. A lot of these players have made it to the finals before, I'm sure. So will we see a repeat winner or get a new one? Beto Coast, we watched them knock out Mezumeru previously with their ice team against Mezumeru's high roll water team. If they make it to the top two, we'll see if we'll see if that happens again, or if Mezumeru has learned from their mistake. It's gonna be an exciting finals. I'm just really hoping that we don't get a one-sided victory. You know, as exciting as Chimecho can be, if we watch a player get like baby 7 Chimecho at turn 14 and the writing's on the wall there, it is what it is. But something tells me that this is going to be a special finals. Waiting on 2 more players. You're one of these 2 players. Take your time, no rush. Although a little bit of rush because you don't want to accidentally miss out on your finals game. I think you got 10 minutes though. All right, we're 7 out of 8. Was debating whether I wanted to run to the washroom, but I think I'll just let it run and we'll just go to the finals. And when I say let it run, I don't mean anything weird. Don't be weird, chat. I just mean that I'm okay and I don't need to use the washroom. Seven out of 8. How are you guys doing? How are you enjoying the tournament so far? Anyone have any fun tournament stories? I'm putting my money on That's What You Think. He's forced rocked every game, and I'm all for it. It's definitely a strong comp. We've seen its weaknesses. In that unfortunate game for Water L where they got like frozen away. But overall, it's a very consistent comp. Like, look at these last few games played. All running the same comp. Took a bit of break here, didn't go too well. Like top 4s all around, 1 top 6 here. Didn't get their Tyranitar, it looks like. But yeah, overall it's just been a very well performing comp. Oh, and we're actually started. So let's jump into the game. Say goodbye to the background music. We'll say goodbye to Twitch chat. And here we go. I need to refresh my page. Okay, in the finals, we've got Burp, Strong Dunk, Thomas Wang, Mezumeru, That's What You Think, Tug, Beto Coast, and Pierce. Saw a lot of games from all of these players where they did some really cool stuff. So I think we're due for a very exciting tournament finals. Again, hoping a Canadian pulls through. We've been informed that Tug has Canadian citizenship, so we've got a 1 in 4 chance for Canada. Potentially even more. I'm not familiar with Beto Coast or Mezumeru, but from what I've seen in the tourney, they've been doing some great stuff. All right, what have we got so far? Water from Strong Dunk. Wait, no, not Strong Dunk. Who am I watching? Burp. Strong Dunk's got some digging going on. We've got a Poliwhirl and some water units from Thomas. Grass 3 from Mezumeru. Nothing too significant here, but I guess there's rock units. I wonder what this is gonna lead to from this player right here. We got ice units. Beta Coast running for some dragons. And we've got fire fighting and a rage TM here. That could be something from Pierce. All right, so we've got the wanted poster, which this basically causes, for anyone who doesn't know, this causes a Hypno to run across the screen at some point in the, I believe, early to mid game. And if you click on him, you get 10 gold. It runs at the same time for every player, and I'm sure everyone is dialed in this game, so they won't be missing it. And I may or may not have had some influence in this carousel being created, but I personally am a fan. It's just a little bit of extra gold for every player. Yeah, nice little bump. Sure there's no complaints there. All right, any significant early game teams? I know this is tournament finals, and people aren't worried about top 4 anymore. It's just top 1. We're definitely going to see players going more risky than usual. A lot of held components so far. Not for Avo, though. They know exactly what they're doing. They're here to prove a point. If they succeed, that's awesome for them. I'll definitely applaud. Nice ground digging, almost dug holes from strong dunks so far. Ooh, we got a crit commit from Tug. Let's check our ad picks. We see Lechonk over here. 2 fossil ads. 3 fossil ads, sorry. Including a rock fossil and a monster fossil. So I'm sure that's something that Avo, or That's What You Think, is really happy about. Not necessarily going to be part of their team, but something that they can obviously consider, especially if they get like Aerodactyl as their T10 or something. So far, it's Strong Dunk and Pierce who have been undefeated in the early game. And Tug is going for a loss streak, it looks like. Keep an eye out for Strong Dunk in their win streak. All right, we've got Soul Dew and Stardust, which is a very nice item set. I'm a big fan of these 2 items paired together, alongside like a third tanky item, maybe something like safety goggles or Rocky Helmet. It makes a very nice frontline, sort of like ability casting fighter build that I've had a lot of success with especially with teams like Field that have a lot of strong frontline units. Something I really like to see. All right, we've got our rock player doing pretty well so far in their early game. Not too many rolls across the board. We've got 3 from Beto Coast, but probably just to get their water online, and it's a worthwhile investment in my opinion. Burp also with 1 roll, but not able to find anything, it looks like. I think they're just electing to go for a loss streak at this point, which I think is the right play. If they're able to run into Tug Speedman over here, one of them is going to be breaking their loss streak, and I think that's going to be Tug. considering it's a 3v4. Ooh, already picking up the first Larvitar for That's What You Think. And it's got 2 of the items that he always builds. A lot of ground digging and no rounds lost for Strong Donk. They are investing a bit of gold into their team to really make it strong and hitting a very early Mamoswine. What is that? 8 rolls? That is some tournament luck that you would love to see. Making use of an incense that they dug up. This is crazy. Wow. Now it really doesn't matter. You just got to keep playing ground. And if you miss your T10, like, that doesn't matter. Mamoswine is your T10, right? If you get a Stone Turner, that's actually probably the best T10 you could get at this point. You get that Great Tusk that I absolutely hate. I wouldn't be too upset. I've got a Mamoswine. There is a tiny bit of overlap in terms of units that both of these 2 players are going to want. So we'll have to see who's able to get them first. But overall, I think Rock can make do without ground synergy. Ground obviously really wants to hit those Rhydons for the late game. But yeah, what a fantastic position for Strong Donk to be in. That is, if you want to throw all your luck into one game, this is the time to do it. And it looks like that's what Strong Donk is doing. We've got Ice Aquatic here. Water Dragons. 3 Magikarps is not too bad. Amorphous. Normal Gourmet. Let's check out our ad picks. Some more Amorphous ads and more Fossil ads as well. Now, if Strong Donk does play your traditional ground game with Rhydon, Fossil can actually be a decent counter to that. Because if Rhydon whiffs its ability too many times on your Fossil units, it can prevent it from scaling up, which can be very helpful for taking it down. But honestly, like, look at... He gets the best T10 too. Oracle and Mamoswine. What a fantastic spot for Strong Donk. I wouldn't be surprised if they just did like regular staggered digging if they didn't lose a single round in the mid game here. We got Shuckle from That's What You Think. Again, one of my favorite T10s. I really hope we can see this Shuckle shine here. Although there isn't the best items for Shuckle yet. I mean, the items are going to go for... The priority is for Larvitar, right? And we're probably not going to see Bug 2 until That's What You Think hits level 7. But again, if we see some Shuckle popping off, that'll make me happy. Look how tanky this guy is. Taking like 2, 2, 2, 4. Gonna cast now. Oh, getting an ability casted on it as it casts its own ability. That's unfortunate timing. But regardless, 234 damage blocked without any items. It's very solid. Let's check on some of our lower HP players here. We've got Grass Carnivine. Looks like they might be doing some kind of monster grass team. Unfortunately, none of the fossil ad picks are that monster grass Tangela. But, you know, you still got Trico. You still got the little turtle guy. Also, potentially some baby 7 angle here. Like, you're totally... you should totally play risky. You might go 8th place, but hey, if you're trying to win the tournament, that's totally fine. 2 Dittos, though. We got 4 Magikarps fished and a Duraludon. We've got 1 artificial unit on the bench. They're looking for that second artificial unit so that they can evolve their Duraludon. Get another Dragon Star for their team, as well as some additional stats. And you know, one of my favorite teams was a Dragon game where I ran Archaludon. And I missed my Legendary Portal. But Zapdos showed up. And Zapdos... I don't know if it still does, but at the time, Zapdos creates the Storm Weather. And read Duraludon's or Archaludon's ability. does so much damage with its cast, and it's instant if it's under the storm. So if that's something we see this game, that would be super hype. The Dragon 7 with Storm Generator legendary. All right, it looks like everyone still has their wanted poster, right? Yeah, we haven't seen the Drowsy run by just yet. We've got synergy gems coming from Sableye, which can pay off very well, but it can also be kind of risky depending on how the items get provided in this game. I did see someone pick up that rock gem. Let's see who it was. It was this team, this Fossil team. Not a bad pickup. And Fossil can potentially match up okay versus ground, but in the very late game, I think it's still a pretty tough matchup. And I don't suspect Strongdonk struggling to make it to the late game with this. I think everyone should have ground late game in mind as they build their teams. If your team is very flexible about legendaries, you could even like consider stealing a ground portal legendary and just doing whatever you can to deny this ground player if you think they may be your biggest threat to win the game. But obviously, probably not at the expense of your own game. Got Gourmet 5 here from Mezumeru. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any of those like game-winning Gourmet units added just yet, or at all, because we're done with ad picks. Another Fossil Rock has been added to the game. Looks like they're doing some spell crit with Galarian Farfetch, so that could be a really cool angle. We'll need a lot of damage to overcome ground, but it's definitely doable. Bonsly turns into a monster unit, a monster rock unit when it evolves, so that's something that I'm sure that's what you think is happy about. Look at the Sticky Barb's true damage, just absolutely destroying this ground team. I don't know if they're going to have enough to overcome the Mamoswine, but like this Larvitar, unevolved Larvitar, just did so much work against the rest of the units, and it's still like putting in a lot of good damage against this Marshtomp. As soon as this Mamoswine casts, I think it's over, but like, holy crap, Larvitar almost just soloed this entire team. Protective pads from Strongdonk is definitely a very good play, keeping him safe from that Larvitar and hopefully for the rest of the game. But, I mean, the rest of the team just got completely destroyed by Larvitar there, right? All right, Thomas going for Water Dragons. They're doing pretty good. They almost got Gyarados. Unevolved Horsey and not a lot of other evolutions. But the Archaludon is a nice pickup. And as soon as they get that Gyarados, they're well in a good pace for that 7-6-6 Dragon benchmark where you want to hit like Dragon 7, Water 6, Aquatic 6, or even like Dragon 7, Water 9. Yeah, pretty good spot for Thomas, I would say. I don't know how well that fares into ground. We'll see. Keep in mind, Strongdonk has the Incense, which is going to increase the likelihood of finding the ground units that they need. I wouldn't even be opposed to putting that Incense on top of your Graveler or Gibble. Just because like your Mamoswine is probably enough to carry you through the mid game. You don't really need to make your Torkoal any stronger. I mean, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're putting their Incense on their rock ground unit to get some more rock ground. And unfortunately, Flora units show up in their shop. But hey, that's, you know, increasing the odds of seeing a Rhyhorn just ever so slightly. There's not really any Flora Ultras. So overall, this is just a good thing for Strongdonk if they're trying to hit that late game Rhydon benchmark, ground 8, Monster 6 team. Got Fossil 4, Monster 4 here. I think Rhydon is going to be very heavily contested this game. And Strongdonk is in the best position to get those Rhyhorns. Here's that Pupitar, negating a lot of the crit damage from that Carnivine, and just healing off of Shell Bell, and got an old Amber for basically a second life. But it doesn't have a lot of special defense. Thankfully, there's not too many special damage dealing teams here. I know Thomas is probably going to have a lot of special damage on their team. Apart from that... Oh, special damage from here. Look at all these mushrooms. That's going to be a nice gold bump for Mezumeri here once they get to this carousel. Each mushroom sells for 1 gold, and this one sells for 2. So a nice little extra gold bump. They're going to get even more from this Oinkologne. And using the Flame Orb on Doxbun is really fun. It's actually fighting this Mamosine quite well. At least it was until the Mamosine casted. So here's Shuckle being a menace. Tanky menace. We got Spell Crit Boldor, which is a pretty cool backup carry option. I wonder if they're going to be able to mix in some light synergy as well. I didn't see many light ads. But yeah, so far this has just been Strong Donk's cakewalk. Hopefully it's someone poses a threat to Strong Donk. Because as I said, I don't want a cakewalk finals. But that just might be the case after that opener from Strong Donk. Which is not their fault at all. Not the fault of the game at all. It's just sometimes some good luck comes your way. Ooh, a lot of Magikarps being fished by Beto Coast as well. And Thomas is 1 away from a Gyarados. Wonder if they're going for a Dragon Execute as well. I'm not a huge fan of that unit, the Dragon variant, because like Flora 2 is not going to do much, and its ability is also not that impactful. Good stats, but I prefer other dragons. That being said, Gibble's going to be contested. Likely by multiple players. Yeah, there's the first Rhydon, or Rhyhorn. Nice cast right there. Activating the Fossil Revival of Dracovish. A less nice cast there, hitting a Larvitar with 1 HP, and then Dracovish one-shotting that Archaludon. And let's see if Thomas is able to get a Magikarp. Just a Piplup. Alright, let's see what Pierce is up to now. They've got a Mesprit, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I have seen it do some pretty cool stuff. This is overall just like a Fairy Psychic team, and nothing really screams super strong to me here. I would not really want to be in this position if I was Pierce, but you know, sometimes you just got to take what you get, and perhaps they're gonna do some cool stuff with it. Like when this guy casts, like look how useless this Cryogonal and Vanillish are for at least like 2 seconds there. Oof, a huge cast from the Cryogonal. Overall, just not enough from that Mesprit, right? Like it's very annoying, but you need some backup support to really help it shine, and I don't think Pierce has that right now. Mezumeri coming out with a pretty nice gold bump from those mushrooms, but still not matching up to a lot of these other players in terms of their money. And I'm not sure where they're going to take their team to really give it that oomph that it's missing. Perhaps they need to get a solid legendary that they can feed these items and like the Galarian Farfetch dish. Yeah, there's just not enough gourmet bonuses here, I don't think. It's just crit power, and what else? All right, Strong Dunk already working their first Rhyhorn. They've got Incense on it to give it some extra luck, allowing it to, giving it more chance or odds of one-shotting its enemies, and also having more Rhyhorns show up in the shop. Not the fastest digging, but I honestly don't think it really matters. They're very likely to hit full dig this game. And I think Strong Dunk got a portal that they wanted. We'll see if Thomas grabs one of these dragon portals. Hug, unfortunate to not be able to find a grass portal. Yeah, they're only one Rhyhorn away, or Ditto. They got, in my opinion, the best legendary, but not the best items for it. Still solid item. Deep Sea Tooth, not really going to complain there. And we'll see if this Mamoswine ever gets sold and the items repurposed, or if we're just able to have a Mamoswine be a consistent carry for the entire game. We're at Pupitar and 2 Larvitars. We've got Bug 2 and a Sticky Barb on the Shuckle. Look how much defense Shuckle has. 46 before Rock 6 kicks in. That's going to turn into 100, and this Sticky Barb is going to be reflecting like almost 20 true damage per attack. Look at that, 18 damage just from getting hit and receiving 1 damage. And some bad status for that Pupitar to deal with. But I don't know if it's going to matter. Once that status disappears, comes back in, Petrant knocks itself out, and it's just going to get stronger once it turns into Tyranitar. Strong Dunk digging their first gem. Not the best luck in terms of digging up gems, but still, I wouldn't be complaining if I was them for the fact that they got Incense like in one of the first few rounds. We've got Fossil 6, Rock 5, a solid team, but this is around the time when Fossil starts to drop off. Dark 5 for Thomas, not instantly going for Gyarados. I think they're just weighing out their options. Perhaps they don't think Water 6 is enough to make a difference, and I think that is the case, but Water 6 is still pretty strong. I think the Dark Bisharp angle is pretty good against Strong Dunk's team, but I don't think it's enough. We'll see. I think it's probably his best odds, though. And we might get our first player knocked out here. Gonna be close, but I don't think there's enough damage coming from Mesomeru's team. Very good tournament run from Mesomeru. Unfortunately, they're gonna go out at 8th place out of 400, which is still very impressive. So, applause for them. We continue onwards. Getting some spell crit, or not spell crit, some the scope lens to hopefully allow that Onier to cast quicker and potentially one-shot any scaling monsters before they scale up way too quickly. Strong Dunk electing to dig slowly and maintain their win streak. There's the Rhydon. Very scary unit. If I were them, I would just keep digging. I don't think I'm too worried, even if I lose a couple rounds. They're going for the wide lens Rhydon angle. That makes it very hard to kill, especially if they wall it off and surround it so that the Tyranitar can't jump to it, which is still 3 Larvitars away from being achieved. We do have a Primal Kyogre, though, which can get some nice monster stacks and deal some very devastating ability casts. That wasn't a good one, though. Yeah, just not enough damage, unfortunately. The Pupitar is starting to scale up, but something froze it in place, and now the Rhyhorn is targeting it. All it needs is 1 lucky cast, and doesn't even matter how much HP this Pupitar is able to stack up. There is a Smooth Rock. That's pretty nice. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to take down this team. Possible that we might even see a Tyrant win, which it is what it is. But I can't blame Strong Dong for going for it, right? Like, you get this start, you just gotta run it and take it and win. All right, this is pretty nice setup for Thomas here, but they are one bad loss away from being knocked out. Ooh, and Fairy is not a great matchup for Thomas, but I think a lot of damage is coming from their backline, so it shouldn't matter too much. The Mesprit doing Mesprit things, but is it enough? I don't think so. There, it gets knocked out, and Thomas still has a lot of damage. The Roaring Moon is in a relatively safe spot. Nothing is doing too much damage. Oh, it's starting to get a lot of crits on this Chansey, though, and as long as it keeps doing that, it's actually going to get knocked out due to retaliation. And now Thomas doesn't have any damage. And this Cresselia has scaled up way too much. It's healing its team just too much. And it doesn't even matter that Pierce doesn't have damage here. All he needed was HP. And Thomas is on 1 life left. A chip and a chair. Strong Donk loses their first round to Burp's Dark team. Another Dark 7 Bisharp angle. Looks like Thomas and Burp are contesting each other. But it's what they need to take down this ground team. Shortly, I think in 3 rounds, Strong Dunk will be fully dug. So that might seal everyone's fate, but we'll see. We are 2 Larvatars away from Tyranitar. But Avo is out of gold. It's also pretty close to a Sudowoodo, but not able to find it just yet. All right. Pierce has done a great job coming back with this Fairy team. I said it was not a great angle for them to be in, but so far they've been holding out pretty well. They've beat everyone except for Strong Dunk. Let's see if they're able to take down Strong Dunk this time, however. I'm not sure if there's enough damage because this Rhydon is going to really start to scale up. The Mesprit doing some nice disruptive work. But the damage just isn't there. A nice cast by Kirlia. The damage is spread too thin. Rhydon is starting to stack up. And that's Pierce's game. Unfortunate. So that is something that Burp and Thomas are probably very happy about with their dark teams. No longer being susceptible to the counter Fairy matchup. Still just not finding the Larvatars, which is very unfortunate for Avo. They've rolled 101 times and they can't find their unit. That is some bad luck. If only they had something like an incense. All right, let's watch Burp now. Burp against Avo's only Pupitar. A huge cast about to come in from this spell crit Roaring Moon. Oh, but look at that Shuckle. That Shuckle just wiped out like an entire team. It's not enough, unfortunately. But hey, look at, like I said, Shuckle, goated unit. Thomas just knocked out Strong Donk's team. So one of them is capable of doing it. So far. Strong Donk does get their full dig very soon, and they aren't even Monster 6 yet. But they have used up all their money. So if their luck runs out, could have been too early of a roll down. Blue Orb is an okay pickup. Can be kind of disruptive to ability casters, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here. We've got A 766 dragon, but not your usual 766. We've got dark instead of aquatic or monster or fossil or whatever you usually see here. That's awesome. Ooh, and the dark players face off on each other. Thomas's cast first thanks to water synergy. And that water is going to be what knocks out Burp. Sometimes matchups aren't about who deals more damage, but who casts first, and that is the case for this fight. Thomas hangs on with 1 HP, continuing their late game potential comeback. Strong Dunk is fully dug out. They're still rocking the Mamoswine. They're opting for Ice 4 instead of Monster 6, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But this guy does true damage, so Ice 4 is not doing too much there. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if that's the right play. All right, Avo's last few rolls. Let's see if they're able to find 2 Larvatars in this final roll down. Thomas hits level 9. Let's see what they throw in as their last unit. A Duskull for Dark 7. That's a damage spike right there. Only Rock 2 on this Rhydon, not going to prevent a lot of crit damage. The Pupitars are here. That's probably not great for... Oh, actually, the 11 rolls that Avo did was all he needed to find those last 2 Larvatars. We'll see if it's enough. Larvitar versus Bisharp. Huge cast from both of them. No protective pads. Bisharp's able to win that duel with just a little bit of HP, knocking Avo out of the tournament. Strong Dunk versus the Ghost, and 1 cast from Archaludon allows Thomas to knock out Strong Dunk. He needs to do it a couple more times. Can this team do it? I would say Thomas right now is the hero, and Strong Dunk, unfortunately, I love you as a player, but you are the villain with your insane luck in the early game. Let's see if Thomas can overcome this tournament finals demon. This is very exciting. Okay, we'll watch from Thomas's perspective. He's opting not to reposition and hoping that the crammed units will still work. The nice thing about this is that Roaring Moon should be able to hit multiple targets here, going for... Well, not the greatest cast there that time, but things are still going okay. The Rhydon hasn't stacked up too much. Mamoswine, still a strong unit, but not strong enough. Another win for Thomas. He needs to do it 2 more times. There's going to be an item. Can he hold out? That's another Dragon Star, evolving Horsey into Seadra. Still rolling with the Ice 2 over Monster 6. And still rolling with the Mamoswine. I wonder if there was a time where Strong Dunk needed to sell that Mamoswine. I know it was a very instrumental part of their early game and late game. Or sorry, early game and mid game. But it definitely loses its luster in the late game. Like, it's not doing enough damage to burst through Thomas's team. Let's see. Maybe this time it is able to. Thomas gets his cast off really quickly with that Water Stone and spell setup. So much damage. Oh, but the Roaring Moon got focused down. And that's the end of the tournament. Roaring Moon with no protection there at the end there. Thomas unfortunately takes the 2nd place, but still a huge congrats to Strong Dunk, taking that early game Mamoswine on 8 rolls. The early game treasure dug up in the Incense. Taking that, fully digging their board, and recognizing a very clear path to victory. Good job to Strong Dunk. Good job to everyone in this tournament. Huge shout out to Avo for running the same team every single game and not placing a single game outside of the top 4. Here's honestly very impressive, a very small comeback near the end, I would say. And yeah, everyone just performed very well. Let's see there. 3 dittos, 3 dittos, 2 dittos. Nobody had an absurd amount of dittos there, but yeah. What a crazy finals there. Great game to everyone. Yeah, that's pretty much for me on my end. I hope everyone enjoyed that tournament. I gotta go rest my voice now. Thank you all so much for watching. Again, huge congrats to Strong Donk. Everyone be nice to Strong Donk in the Discord. Congratulate them. Yeah. Bow down to your new champion, everyone. All right. I'm going to go rest my voice now. Thank you all so much for watching my stream. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully I can do this kind of stuff in the future, but I do also want to participate in some tournaments in the future. We'll see. Yeah, and this will likely make it to YouTube as well. Probably just individual VOD uploads for each game that I spectated. The full games, not the partial games. I am still working on a very big project, and it's not the item guide. That honestly is kind of in like a permanent hiatus. I definitely do still want to do that in the future. But yeah, it's related to the challenge that I posted about in Discord. It's all recorded, a lot of footage for me to edit, but I'm excited to get working through that. It's gonna take me a while, but yeah, stay tuned for some hopefully very exciting content. Thank you all for watching. Have a great rest of your day, and yeah, my voice is starting to go. Yeah, take care, everyone. See if I can rate. Ratings category. Oh, let's rate Avo. 3rd place. Congratulate Avo on their very consistent gameplay. Take care, everyone.